मुश्किल हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
Jazakallah. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. They say the best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's exactly what brings all of us together here at the 9th edition of the Future Summit, where bold ideas are about to take center stage and all the cell phones are about to be switched to vibration mode. Thank you very much, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, adab, good morning. I'm Rabia Ahmed, Director and CEO, Nutshell Group. Well, I was just mentioning that it's awfully early, especially for Karachi. We in Rawalpindi, Islamabad are used to waking up early, being at our offices, our worthy ministers and secretaries, and everybody who's here from Islamabad knows that. But for Karachi, it's actually an achievement. I know the tea hasn't kicked in, the emails are pouring, and most of you would be wondering, why did I agree to a 9 a.m. summit again? But don't worry, we have a very exciting day ahead of us, and definitely more tea and more coffee. So everybody who's present here physically and those who are joining us online from around the world, the co-hosts of the 9th edition of the Future Summit, Nutshell Group and NBP, extend you a very warm welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, for the past 9 years, we've been hosting this summit in this beautiful city of lights, Karachi, which remains the strategic heartbeat of Pakistan's economy, where capital, talent, business attitudes, and global ambition converge, making it the natural arena for shaping our national economic direction. The Future Summit, as most of you know, had its first edition in 2017. So TFS has been gathering leaders, strategists, innovators, practitioners every year for the past 8 years. We've had some very interesting themes in previous years. The theme that we are running with today is course correction, redefining the direction. We stand, obviously, at a defining moment. I think numerous people have said that over the years. Pakistan ek nazuk mode pe hai. Well, Pakistan abhi bhi nazuk mode pe hai. Hum abhi bhi ek bahut defining moment mein hai, requiring bold decisions, public-private collaboration, and policy clarity. Course correction is not criticism, actually. Course correction is strategic reorientation towards competitiveness, towards resilience, and global integration. It's not an admission of weakness. Quite the contrary, it's the highest form of leadership, where humility meets ambition and intent turns into action. We all know, we've seen it around the world, nations don't transform by chance. They transform by choice, through clarity of purpose, courage in decision-making, and discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, the 8 sessions of the Future Summit and 9 sessions of our flagship summit in Islamabad, Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. In addition to these two, we've also recently hosted a summit in Peshawar, which was the first ever business summit in Peshawar, and the co-host with Nutshell Group for that summit is sitting right over here. It was Al Baraka Bank Pakistan Limited, and it was held with the patronage of Governor KP Faysal Karim Kundi Saab, who is also here with us today, so we're very, very lucky. This platform, ladies and gentlemen, exists to move conversations from ideas to strategy. This summit has a history of shaping policy thinking and creating coalition between governments, business houses, corporate sector, think tanks, and the international institutions. This 9th edition, ladies and gentlemen, targets our core challenges. As the topic suggests, the challenges and the opportunities that lie in the midst of this test. The themes that we are going to discuss today and tomorrow hit the nail right on the head. Economic reforms, Islamic finance, digital innovation, technology-driven growth, human capital and purpose, sustainability, the climate economy, the power of sports as a catalyst for the economy, air power, convergence of security, economy and foreign policy, global trade, geopolitics, geoeconomics, you name it. All of this will be looked at in a global context today. So we have to thank so many people for making the Future Summit happen year after year. For this particular edition, first of all, I'd like to thank our list of partners and sponsors. Of course, the co-host, NBP, Rehmat Hasni Saab is here. Thank you very much, NBP. Our strategic partners, Faysal Bank Limited, OICCI, Gold Partner, Hilton Pharma. Our technology partners, SAP, TMC, Systems Limited, Abacus, Infotech. Our financial partners, Al Mashriq, HBL, Al Baraka Bank, Bank Islami, Abhi Microfinance Bank, Bank Al Habib, UBL, Bank Al Falah, Askari Bank, Assalamu alaikum. Dubai Islamic Bank, NBP Funds, Al Mizan Investment Management, Lucky Investments and Habib Metro. Other partners include TCS, PTCL Group, Farm Evo, Dollans, Central Depository Committee, State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan, ATCO, and Dr. Isa Laboratory and Diagnostic Center. Our research partners, as always, S&P Global, our long-standing knowledge partners, ACCA, our academic partner, IOBM, sustainability partner, Spectrico, and our outreach partner, VCAST. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking our sponsors and partners. This year, we have more than 60 speakers, including local speakers and some international speakers. We have made a conscious attempt to have all sectors of the economy represented and from all walks of life. So we have a variety of sectors, FMCGs, technology, banking, manufacturing, logistics, etc. We're grateful that all of you are taking time out. Both today and tomorrow are working days, so you're helping us maintain our tradition. Thank you to our local speakers, our international speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to please join me in thanking our speakers. They've made it here nice and early. Some of them have traveled. I think most of us have had breakfast, so let's pump up the volume a little bit. Let's clap properly. Thank you. So, you see, the Future Summit is shaping itself as the most sought-after business summit in the country right now. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah. Every year, like it happens, this year also when we announced the Future Summit, calls started pouring in and we got such an overwhelming response. So our audience, all of you, the delegates, you're eager, you're enthusiastic, and you're on time. I mean, it's probably just over 9 a.m. and we have a full hall. Not to forget the audiences that have joined us online, so you're all well within your rights to give yourselves a round of applause, our worthy audience. I'll quickly also introduce the moderators for the 9th edition of TFS. It's not me, I'm just moderating this session. We have Farooq Hassan. Farooq, would you like to please take a bow? Most of you know this face. So he's a well-known event moderator, interviewer, TV show host. He's also part of NBP. Farooq, you can sit down. So he's going to be accompanying as the moderator for the summit, our very own Shaha Tariq. She's Nutshell's head of content and storytelling. Shaha, she continues the legacy of legendary storytellers like Anwar Maqsood Saab, Zehra Nika, Fatma Suraya Bajia, and Zubeda Appa. So she's an anchor, host, writer, and she's part of Nutshell. So these two amazing people will be taking you through the 2 days of the summit. So with this, I'd like to thank everybody who's on stage, our worthy speakers, for the inaugural session. Thank you very much for making it. I would like to now get right into it without wasting any more time. Thank you all for making it. I know that some of you were stuck at Islamabad airport. Dr. Musaddiq, thank you so much for still making it. I'm sure you're underslept, but it will be worth your while. Thank you, Senator Mohammad Aurangzeb Saab. Thank you, guest of honor, Faysal Kareem Kundi Saab, our international speakers, Lasha Tabidze. I got that right, I think. Lasha, thank you very much. And also, yes, I have a list because I couldn't remember all their names. So Konstantin Marakov, he's a very good friend and he's now a regular at our events. Mr. Jonathan Ashworth, the Global Chief Economist, ACCA, thank you very much for joining us. Yusuf Hussain Saab, President OICCI and President and CEO Faysal Bank. Rehmat Hasni Saab, I've already thanked. We are waiting for our chief guest, who is Murad Ali Shah Saab, Chief Minister Sindh, and he will be joining us shortly. I hope I've not missed taking anybody's name. I'm sorry, I can't see that far. I'm a little weak in the eyes now. Okay. So we're now going to formally begin our inaugural session. We will start with our co-hosts, represented here by their president and CEO, Mr. Rehmat Ali Hasni. He's been president of NBP since August 2023. He's got almost 3 decades of work experience. He's held senior positions in NBP, including heading its investment banking and priority sector lending. He spearheaded NBP's focus on access to finance initiatives in agriculture finance. This was the strategic alignment of the bank to contributing to Pakistan's goals pertaining to financial inclusion and sustainable growth. So I'd like to request Mr. Rehmat Ali Hasni to please take the podium and deliver his welcome address.
Honorable Finance Minister Saab, Governor Saab from KP, I learned that when we were in Peshawar, it's KP. Senator Musaddiq Malik Saab, Yusuf Hussain Saab, various delegates who are here, friends, colleagues, and everyone who's here for the Future Summit. Assalamu alaikum. I think it's important that this dialogue, and I call this a dialogue, happens and it's timely, for which I think Nutshell has been very active in promoting this dialogue on various relevant broad themes. Course correction is very relevant for us as a country. As we move forward, coming out of an economic situation and a structural adjustment underway, it is very relevant for us, I think, as a country, to understand and deliberate as to what course for the future we are going to take, both in terms of the economic and the social spheres of the country. Obviously, the political and diplomatic areas are, I think, also very relevant, but I think current discussion on where the social and economic areas will go, will move to, is important. And I'm very glad to see both the finance minister as well as Malik Saab from the climate ministry over here also, because those are both very relevant going forward. Well, they have been in the past, but even more gaining relevance given what we are now seeing and Pakistan facing as a climate threat. The strategy for such an area, I think it's important to understand that a course correction is a perpetual action. Evolution of our thought has to happen. Rabia mentioned the famous line कि पाकिस्तान एक मुश्किल मोड़ से गुजर रहा है. I think more तो it's a perpetual spin that we have to be part of. वैसे वो नाजुक है या नहीं है वो हम पे है कि हम कितनी पहले उस मोड़ को देख के अपनी स्पीड को तेज़ कर लें या आहिस्ता कर लें या उसके अंदर क्रैश करें और वो जो कहा जाता है कि the boom and bust cycle repeats itself. So I think it's about managing speed, managing our direction, and managing the road we travel on, and sticking to it. When I was asked to be the co-host for this, so I have to sort of take the financial sector as an example. As we look at the financial landscape of Pakistan, it is changing. Electronic money institutions are coming in, digital banks are about to come in. And for banks, commercial banks, it's always been a thought that how do we respond to it? And I think the banking sector has shown its ability to react and respond appropriately to the changing environment so that it retains its not just relevance, but its ability to serve its purpose in terms of wherever needs for credit arise, supporting businesses, supporting development, supporting even the government. But at the same time, there's been a lot of investment, and a lot of investment even at National Bank, in terms of transformation. And that transformation can be is in 2 or 3 broad areas. One is obviously the automation, the IT infrastructure, but really the emphasis, not just at National Bank, but in the banking sector as a whole, of pushing the cashless agenda, which is also a government agenda itself, is important. Today, the digital transactions of the banking sector as a whole have grown over the past few years exponentially. And for National Bank, that is a triple-digit growth rate in the past 2 or 3 years when we've really embarked on that journey. Most importantly, I think, and it's important, that the digitalization of the government salaries and pensions is a very large agenda which will move from the old way of disbursing salaries to a digital and cashless transaction. Part of that is already done, and it is continuing to evolve and complete. I think collectively, and the digital banking agenda is a course correction in sorts that the banking sector has taken, and we've also done. As we go forward, I think the banking sector will continue to push the cashless agenda and support the government on this, because really it's about data and usage of data to focus our energies on where we should be deploying our funds, who to give money to, as well as how to improve the access to finance for the population. We've done, as National Bank, we've done part of it, through the microfinance segment to get to the lower income groups by wholesale lending to the microfinance sector. But really, as digital banking evolves, I think banks will also be going into that segment of the population to provide access to the products and services we offer to the low income segment of the population. Having said that, I think the most important part in all of this is going to be the conversation of how well banks are prepared to handle the demands for credit as the economy presently moves from a structural adjustment phase to a growth phase. In that respect, I think the banks and ourselves, we're all quite well positioned to be able to finance that growth. However, I think the challenge that we've faced in the past, we're over that hump of high interest rates, high inflation. So as business groups' demand for credit rises for both working capital as well as expansion, I think we will be ready to handle that, and I think so will my colleagues in the banking system. But where that growth and demand comes from will determine how Pakistan grows, because industry or the knowledge economy will determine how Pakistan's course is set, not banking sector specifically. My suggestion in that respect is on a deliberation and a discussion now and going forward on how climate finance is to be handled, is to be taken up, how the country moves towards repositioning itself from the traditional manufacturing sector to what is demanded in the international market, how to expand our export base, and also to look at the knowledge economy and how to both use it and export our capacity. I think part of it has already started with mining and minerals and that area, as well as agriculture. And to a large extent, I think we are now poised with a lot of the data center and processing capacity to be able to locally be able to handle the processing and AI needs of the country. We all stand, as banks, we stand behind that initiative. And I'm hoping that, if not, obviously not conclusively, but as a conversation, all the various topics that are being discussed today are, the conversation moves forward towards some kind of a game plan in this area. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahmat Hasni Saab, for setting the tone for the session and also for sticking to your time, which was excellent. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be going to an address by Mr. Yusuf Hussain. He's currently the president of Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's also president and CEO of Faysal Bank Limited. He's been associated with the bank since 2008, and he's held several senior management positions at the bank before being appointed president and CEO in 2017. A significant milestone that was achieved under his leadership was the complete transformation of Faysal Bank from a conventional to a full-fledged Islamic bank. This transformation has been independently validated as the world's largest Islamic banking transformation to date. So this feather is in the cap of Mr. Yusuf Hussain. Faysal Bank is now positioned as a leading Islamic bank in Pakistan. Yusuf Saab is currently, in addition to being president of OICCI, he is member of the Executive Committee of Pakistan Banking Association, council member of Institute of Bankers Pakistan, director at Pakistan Business Council and the Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance. He is also member of the Management Committee of the IBA Center for Excellence in Islamic Finance. With this, I would request Mr. Yusuf Hussain to please take the podium for his address.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. As we all know, Pakistan, after going through a difficult economic transition phase, has been able to achieve relative stability. Inflation has eased, reserves have improved, and investor confidence is cautiously returning. These outcomes are a reflection of the disciplined policy action and difficult decisions that have helped the overall sentiment in the country. Yet economic stability is not really a measure of success. It is only the foundation upon which we must now build a sustainable, export-led, productivity-driven economy. The course ahead requires coordination, consistency, strategic focus, and a deliberate shift from the overall short-term crisis management to long-term competitiveness and growth. To move from stabilization to sustainable growth, Pakistan needs coherence and alignment across various key verticals of our country, including some key strategic policy-making institutions. The economy cannot function in silos, clearly. Fiscal, industrial, trade, climate, digital policies must move in tandem in one direction. For this, there is a strong case for establishing a National Economic Transformation and Export Council, chaired by the Prime Minister and comprising the Ministries of Commerce, Industry, Power, Finance, Climate, Technology, and Human Resources. It must be supported by technocrats within the government and deeper engagement with the private sector, both local and multinationals. We think that this empowered council should be able to drive an integrated and interlinked policy making, eliminate duplication, and ensure actionable results. It must work both with the Federation and the provinces as equal partners in setting and executing the economic priorities. It must ensure a milestone-based, coherent, medium-term, export-focused economic execution plan duly approved by all stakeholders, including the Parliament. Fiscal reforms clearly lie at the heart of this transformation that we should envisage. The broadening of the tax base through data and digitization is an encouraging step, but the real challenge lies in effective enforcement, including coordination with the provinces. Fiscal efficiency entails that every rupee raised strengthens economy positive infrastructure, logistics, and energy-related development, contributing towards an export-led industrial transformation. It must not fund inefficiencies, close coordination with provinces in terms of resource sharing for driving agreed economic priorities, coupled with early privatization and efficiency in the public sector will remain critical. Power sector reform is equally essential. Moving from guaranteed returns to efficiency-based investment, promoting renewable energy, and ensuring predictable pricing will help reduce circular debt and give exporters and industry a cost certainty that they need. Fiscal credibility and energy reliability must go hand in hand. forming the foundation of Pakistan's export-led growth model. Our improving global credit ratings are expected to enable us to access international capital markets, to refinance our global debt in terms of longer tenors, and also avail project-specific loans by multilaterals. This welcome development would provide the much-needed foreign currency capital in terms of the capex required for our export industry and related infrastructure. Investor confidence, however, we feel will depend just not on stability, but on clarity and consistency of policies. OICCI's 200 multinational members continue to invest and technically empower the local economy through production efficiency and creation of jobs, demonstrating their enduring belief in Pakistan's long-term potential. But confidence really will start at home. When domestic investors reinvest, it signals credibility to the world, ease of doing business for both local and international investors is fundamental to driving sustained capital formation. For Pakistan, we feel the immediate goal must be to generate some quick export gains while preparing for the structural transformation. Skilled human resources equipped with vocational training, IT services through deeper engagement of key industry players, and some value-added textile and even technical manufacturing in terms of mobile phones, etc., can drive near-term results in terms of export inflows. A medium-term industrial policy must follow, strengthening the value chains in engineering, agro-processing, of course minerals, and digital industries through partnership, research, and technology transfer. Special economic zones must be made fully operational with reliable infrastructure, modern logistics, and skilled manpower. Joint ventures with China and GCC focused on both import replacement and exports must be encouraged, but the basis should be competitive, and we should leverage productivity gains and meet the global efficiency standards. Business-to-business relationships that we've seen with the Saudi investors coming in Pakistan is really a welcome sign. It must be facilitated by the government as the way forward for external capital to be injected in our economy. Pakistan's national narrative must now follow from managing crisis to managing competitiveness. Our geography connecting China and GCC and the West offers access to some of the fastest growing markets in the world. And there have been, diplomatic successes and which must be leveraged. With consistent policy and institutional coordination and execution discipline, Pakistan can really emerge as a regional hub for manufacturing, services, and skilled manpower. Pakistan must capitalize on its global repositioning. The window of opportunity may not be that long. We must stay the course and execute a coherent, sustainable economic execution plan executed by all stakeholders that endures across governments. The decisions we make today will determine whether stability becomes the bridge to lasting growth and global competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf Saab, for very effectively, briefly, yet concisely outlining all the steps that need to be taken in order to convert Pakistan into a regional hub. We definitely need to now take full advantage of our geostrategic location and all the synergies that we've created in the past. I'd like to now move to one of our international speakers. This is the Global Chief Digital Operations Officer for VEON. Lasha Tabetsi. He's been with us here before. He has many years of senior management position experience. He has a very strong entrepreneurial streak. He's led successful startups, and he's been part of Vion for a while now. We'd love to hear what he wants to say about something that Yusuf Bhai has mentioned, which is the international investment into Pakistan. Of course, Vion has been one of our largest investors and continues to believe in the power of Pakistan. Let's hear more from Lasha.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm coming to this brilliant dialogue summit already for 5 years, whether it's in Karachi, in Islamabad, and as it was mentioned recently, it was in Peshawar. This dialogue and what we speak about here is very important. And year over year, for the international investors like Vion, and for many of you, I'm pretty sure, know about Vion, but for those who don't, in Pakistan, our name is Jazz. Our name is Mobilink Bank. Our name is the Tamasha application, or Fikr Free. We are in this market for more than 3 decades because we believe in the ability and the capability of Pakistan to become one of the leading digital nations in the world. If we take into account what today was discussed, that Future Summit is happening through last 9 years, like from 2017, I can proudly tell you that the first years we were speaking only about the telecom. But the last years and now, I'm very proud to tell you that we went onto the verticals like financial services with our Just Cash application, and I think many of you are familiar with it. We are very proud of our Mobilink Bank driving the financial inclusion, and especially for empowering the women to become the part of the economy. And we're very proud of our recent achievements, what we've done and tapped into insurance tech through our Fikr Free application, entertainment, and you might watch cricket games and many more on our Tamasha app, and many more to come. The key for us is that true digital inclusion is not about just connectivity or digital services. True inclusion is about not leaving anyone behind, and through the technology, empower every single person in the market to become part of this economy. And it was very well said about the banking and financial services, because this is the key. This is the door to the next development of any digital product. And nowadays, when we speak about era of AI, in Vion, we think that AI is not just artificial intelligence. This is augmented intelligence. This is the power of technology to really help everyone become better version of themselves, have better bankers, have better farmers, have better doctors who will serve the communities. The important part here is that the intelligence has to stay local. If we look at the past, normally the intelligence and know-how was flowing from Silicon Valley to the world. We truly believe that future, and in the future, the intelligence and the know-how will flow from local ecosystems to the world. It's really very important that we think about being very powerful in our sovereign intelligence with our sovereign clouds and sovereign data. And let me be very clear here that sovereignty does not mean to make barriers for the world. No way. Sovereignty means to have more confidence on how we use our data to make Pakistan's economy and Pakistan's businesses more intelligent and driving to the future. It's important when speaking about digitalization and speaking about the businesses, that we collaborate, that we do not just compete for one piece of digital asset or digital vertical, but we collaborate between the businesses, we collaborate between government and the businesses, that at the end of the day, the goods and the values we create are very, very successful and empowering every single person in this country. And by saying this, I want to say one thing. We all understand that data is very valuable, but we shouldn't forget that trust is priceless. And the trust in our data, trust in our businesses is built when we confidently treat our data locally, and it brings the multiplier to the economy. Local Pakistani data, local jobs, local innovation, and of course, with our ability, and by this I mean the young generation of Pakistan who is very, very digital savvy, I'm pretty sure that the products, intelligence, and know-how created in this market, it's not just for this market. It will be next player for global AI and global intelligence development. For VEON, we are very proud, and later on, I hope, and I think my colleagues from JAS will join us, we do this and we bring these ideas to many markets in the world. We've tested it, we've tried it out, and together with JAS here in Pakistan, I'm not speaking about the augmented intelligence or intelligence just having in the labs. We are delivering this to the people of Pakistan through several applications, several services. And when I said about the AI transformation, we have to be faster, all of us, to create more and more of local cloud, local intelligence, helping all the businesses transform faster, helping the government to achieve the goal of cashless economy and digital Pakistan. This is very important because today one of our panelists rightly said that data is the most important. Digitalizing the businesses or the governmental services, the main goal is to know more about where, how, and what kind of investment we need now and we will need for the future. Overall, what I would like to say, and once again thank Asfar and everyone who organized this Future Summit, is that this time we calibrate our way forward. But it's important to remember, and I think this country and all of you and whole nation knows very well what is the purpose of Pakistan. And another thing, what we are trying to achieve all together is to have clarity on the execution. And these kind of platforms gives this power to discuss, are we going the right way? Are we doing the right moves now? Not changing the purpose, but changing the tactics. Speaking up about problems we have, or embracing the potential we will have in the future. So last but not the least, what I would like to say, that local intelligence, local know-how, owning the data, doing it confidently and with ethical norms is the biggest power what this great nation has, and I'm pretty sure Pakistan is and will be on the big map of the world as one of the leading countries of digital transformation and empowering the whole nation for the brighter future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lasha. So I think VEON has been doing what one American writer has said, don't watch the clock, do what the clock does, which is keep going. So ever since 2016, when VEON entered the Pakistani market, they've kept going in terms of infrastructure investment, cellular subscriber base, 4G adoption base, very importantly, shifting from voice to data and digital services. We're very proud of you and the great work that you're doing, and please continue to believe in Pakistan and its potential. We now come to our guest of honor, Mr. Faysal Kareem Kundi Sahab, who is the governor, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and he corrected me when I was calling it KPK, when I was in Peshawar, and he corrected me that it's KP. So I'm going to remember that, Governor Sahab. So thank you very much for joining us yet again. He is currently the 35th governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa since May 2024. Prior to this, he's held significant positions, including SAPM on poverty alleviation and social safety, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and Central Secretary Information of Pakistan People's Party. So I'd like to request the guest of honor to please take the podium.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Wazir Sahab, Finance Minister, Mr. Musaddiq Malik Sahab, Minister for Climate Change, distinguished sitting on the podium and here in the hall, corporate leaders, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to be part of the 9th edition of the Future Summit, a prestigious platform that brings together Pakistan's brightest minds to discuss how we can collectively shape a better, more resilient, and more inclusive future. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Nutshell Group and all partner organizations for organizing this significant forum under the inspiring theme, Course Correction, Redefining the Direction. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is undergoing unprecedented transformation driven by technology, climate resilience, shifting economic landscape, and evolving social expectations. In such times, the ability to redefine direction is not just a strategy, it's a necessity. Course correction means learning from your experiences, acknowledging our shortcomings, and courageously steering towards a more sustainable, equitable, and forward-looking path. As a nation, Pakistan has immense potential, a youthful population, abundant natural resources, and an entrepreneurial spirit that continues to shine even in adversity. However, to unlock this potential fully, we must align innovation with inclusion, technology with transparency, and growth with sustainability. The public and private sector must work hand in hand, not as separate entities, but as partners in progress. Collaboration, trust, and long-term vision will be key to ensure that our economy remains competitive in a rapidly digital global order. Ladies and gentlemen, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, we are focusing on similar priorities: digital transformation, renewable energy, tourism development, youth empowerment, and investment facilitation. Our goal is to create an ecosystem that supports innovation, encourages the private sector to invest in sustainable industries. In my province, natural resources are considered valuable due to their abundance, not only in Pakistan but across the world, but their worth is limited by challenges in fully realizing their potential. Taking opportunity from this summit, I would like to request all investors, visionary leaders, and institutions to come forward with us in making Khyber Pakhtunkhwa brighter future. We all together can fully actualize the export and other sectors' potentials by adopting a focused and sector-specific approach. Every sector, whether marble, honey, carpet, or agriculture, has unique strength, challenges, and market demands. All these sectors need our full attention and productive approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the Future Summit provides an excellent platform to share ideas, challenges, conventional thinking, and inspire actionable change. It brings together policymakers, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, the very people who can shape Pakistan narrative for the next decade. Let us remember that the progress does not come from comfort zone. It comes from courage to adopt, to question the old ways, and to imagine new possibilities. I am confident that the discussion held here over the next 2 days will lead to meaningful outcome, practical solution, and partnerships that drive Pakistan to a brighter, more prosperous future. Before I conclude, I would like to once again commend the organizer, partners, and participants of the Future Summit 2025. May this gathering serve as a milestone in redefining our direction towards innovation, inclusivity, and integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor Saab. One important element when it comes to collaboration is, of course, the patronage by the government. We have been extremely lucky that we've always had the government right at the center of these strategic dialogues and this effort to shape an inclusive future for Pakistan. Governor Saab, all the ministers, and those who will be joining us later today and tomorrow, Nutshell Group and our co-hosts are extremely grateful for your continued patronage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd quickly like to mention that we are live on Nutshell Group's YouTube channel, Facebook page, and LinkedIn page, and that is how a number of online participants are also joining us. The hashtags that we are using today are hashtag The Future Summit, hashtag TFS, hashtag course correction, hashtag redefining the direction. So there you go, you've got your work cut out for you. Start tweeting and start talking about the Future Summit. Now we come to another address by a very prominent minister who's also been a long-standing patron and friend and always present at all our conferences whenever he's had the time, and whenever we've invited him, he's graced us with his presence. Dr. Musaddiq Malik, Federal Minister for Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. He has extensive international experience in public policy. His focus has been industrial development, economic transformation, employment, education, and healthcare. He served as an advisor to government bodies across the world, including North America, Middle East, and South Asia. He has served as the Vice President and Regional Director for Middle East for Charles River Associates, and in senior positions in Arthur D. Little USA and SRI International. Dr. Malik has earlier served as Federal Minister for Petroleum, Minister for Energy, Minister for Water and Power, and other portfolios. Dr. Musaddiq Malik, I'd like to request you to please deliver your address.
Excellency, Minister of Finance, Governor, my very dear friend, ladies and gentlemen. A similar question was asked many moons ago in a mad book. Lewis Carroll's book, was it? Alice in Wonderland, where Alice gets lost and she says, where may I ought to go? And the cat, I think it was Cheshire Cat, said, well, it depends a good deal on where you want to go. To which Alice says, I don't much care. To which the cat says, then it doesn't matter which road you take, because no matter which road you take, you'll get somewhere. So ladies and gentlemen, if we don't know where we're going, any road will get us there. So this question that we're asking today about course correction to do what? Course correction to go where? And pardon me if I break into Urdu because मेरी अंग्रेज़ी तो इतनी अच्छी है नहीं, और वैसे भी सारे मुझे तो अपनी तरह के लोग नज़र आ रहे हैं, तो मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही कि अंग्रेज़ी में किस लिए बात की जाए। तो देखें भाई, बात ये है कि ये तो दीवानगी है, सरीहन दीवानगी है कि आप सवाल ये पूछें कि मुझे जाना है मगर ये नहीं बताएं कि जाना कहाँ है। तो इससे पहले कि हम कोर्स करेक्शन की बात करें, हमें पहले ये बताना होगा कि जाना कहाँ है, वो मंजिल कौन सी है। ये ऐसा ही है कि आप ख़त एक लिखें, उसमें बेहतरीन शायरी करें और बग़ैर बेरंगा, बग़ैर किसी एड्रेस के उसको किसी मेल बॉक्स में डाल दें और फिर सोचें ये कहीं ना कहीं पहुँचेगा। कहाँ पहुँचेगा? उसके ऊपर तो कोई ख़त के ऊपर एड्रेस ही नहीं है। तो आज जो शेर व शायरी हम कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए कोई एड्रेस भी तो होना चाहिए, इसको कहीं जाना भी तो है। तो जब आप पूछें अपने आप से, मेरी उम्र के तो थोड़े ही लोग रह गए हैं, कुछ साल में ख़त्म हो जाएंगे इंशाअल्लाह, مگر جو نوجوان یہاں پر بیٹھے ہیں, اگر آپ تو میرے ساتھ ہی جائیں گے مگر جو نوجوان یہاں پر بیٹھے ہیں, اگر ان سے پوچھا جائے کہ وہ آپ کی منزل کیا ہے, where is it that you want to go, تو ان کی منزل کو بہت کمپلیکیٹڈ نہیں ہے. ایک بچی کو, نوجوان کو, اسٹاری آئیڈ ینگ مین اور وومن who's graduated from a college, a leading university just a few years ago, is not cynical like me, still believes that the world can be changed. If you ask that person, what is it that you want? ان کی خواہشات تو بڑی سمپل ہیں. وہ کہتے ہیں بھائی ایک اچھے نیبرہڈ میں رہ رہا ہوں, امیر نیبرہڈ میں نہیں, کسی اچھے نیبرہڈ میں رہ رہا ہوں, اور کوئی نوکری ہو میرے پاس, کوئی بھلی سی نوکری ہو, کوئی ایسی نوکری ہو جس کے ذریعے میں اپنے بچوں کا پیٹ پال سکوں. اور 2 بچے ویسے تو 2.5 ہیں, اور بعض گھروں میں تو 8-8 6-6 بھی ہیں. اور یہ ہمارے منسٹر فائنانس ضرور بچوں کا ذکر کریں گے, یہ ہر کانورسیشن میں کرتے ہیں, پاپولیشن کا ذکر مجھے یقین ہے آج بھی کریں گے. مگر اگر کوئی بھولے بھٹکے سے ان کی بات مان لے اور 2 بچے ہوں, تو اس کی خواہش یہ ہوگی کہ وہ دونوں بچے کسی اچھے اسکول میں چلے جائیں. اور اگر ماں باپ ہوں, حیات ہوں, تو تھوڑے ضعیف ہوں گے, کچھ شاید بیمار ہوں گے, تو دل یہ چاہتا ہے کہ کسی ایسے ہسپتال میں انہیں لے جایا جائے جہاں پہ ان کا علاج ہو سکے ایک ڈگنیفائڈ طریقے سے. اور ان کی خواہش کیا ہو سکتی ہے کہ یہ جو آپ کو تو خیر کراچی میں رہنے والوں کو کیا پتہ, وہ اسموگ جو ہم لاہور میں رہنے والے روز وی پمپ اٹ, تو ایک خواہش یہ بھی ہوتی ہے کہ یہ نہیں ہے, ویسے تو آپ کے حصے بھی بہت سے سیلاب آ جاتے ہیں, تو ہمارا اسموگ اور آپ کا سیلاب, تو یہ ایسی بھی بربادی نہ ہو کہ باہر نکلیں تو گھٹنے گھٹنے پانی ہو, یا اگر دادی زندہ ہوں یا والدہ زندہ ہوں تو باہر صحن میں نہ جا پائیں. سننے میں آیا ہے کہ شاید 7 سے 8, سننے میں نہیں آیا, میں وزیر ہوں مجھے پتہ ہے, 7 سے 8 سال زندگی کے کم ہو جاتے ہیں صرف اس اسموگ کی وجہ سے. 7 سے 8 سال. اور مجھے یاد پڑتا ہے جب میرے والد کا انتقال ہوا 10-12 سال پہلے, تم بہت بیمار تھے, کوما میں تھے, تو میرے دل میں ایک ہی خواہش تھی کہ ایک دن چند گھنٹوں کے لیے اگر یہ ہوش میں آ جائیں, اور ایک مرتبہ میں ان کا ہاتھ پکڑ سکوں, اور جاتے جاتے میں کوئی دل کی بات کر سکوں. اور یہاں پہ 8-8 سال ماں باپ کی زندگی کے کم ہو رہے ہیں اسموگ کی وجہ سے. تو ایک خواہش یہ بھی ہو سکتی ہے, اگرچہ ایسا کوئی سوچتا نہیں ہے, کہ باہر نکلیں تو وہ تتلیاں اسی طرح ہوں جیسے بچپن میں تھی, رات ڈھلے تو وہ جگنو ویسے ہی ہوں صحن میں جیسے پہلے ہوا کرتے تھے, اور بچے بچیاں بھاگ رہے ہوں, انہیں پکڑ رہے ہوں, اندر لا رہے ہوں, بے شک چھوٹا سا گھر ہو, اور بند کمرے میں, تاریک کمرے میں دیکھ رہے ہوں, وہ جگمگ کر رہے ہوں, پھر کوئی بولے کہ یہ مر جائیں گے, ان کو چھوڑ دو, وہ باہر جا کے پھر صحن میں چھوڑ دیں. وہ تتلیاں چلی گئیں, وہ جگنو نہ جانے کہاں گئے, تو سب برباد ہو گیا. مگر اتنی سی خواہشات ہیں. ایک عام شخص سے آپ پوچھیں تو نہ اس کو سالے کو GDP کا پتہ ہے, نہ اس کو گروتھ کا پتہ ہے, نہ اس کو ٹوئن ڈیفیسٹ کا پتہ ہے, نہ اس کو فسکل کا پتہ ہے, نہ کرنٹ کا پتہ ہے, نہ ایکسٹرنل کا پتہ ہے, اس کو تو صرف انٹرنل کا پتہ ہے. اور انٹرنل میں یہ معصومانہ خواہشات ہیں جنہیں لے کر وہ آگے چلنا چاہتے ہیں, یہی ان کی زندگی ہے. تو یہ ہے ہمارا پوسٹل ایڈریس. بس یہاں تک اگر پہنچ پائیں تو کیا خوب ہو. اب بات یہ ہے کہ یہاں تک پہنچنے کا طریقہ کیا ہے, وہ بھی کچھ ایسا مشکل نہیں دکھتا ہے. اے بھائی بچوں کو اسکول بھیجنا ہے تو اسکول سسٹم ہی چاہیے نا ایک, تو پوری دنیا بنا چکی ہے, کوئی نیا تو نہیں ہم بنانے لگے. یہ جو ہمارے انرولمنٹس میں کمی ہے, دنیا کی لوسٹ انرولمنٹ ریٹ, دنیا کے لوسٹ کمپلیشن ریٹس وغیرہ وغیرہ, یہ ساری دنیا پرابلم سالو کر چکی ہے. تو کیا مسئلہ ہے؟ یعنی ایک محلے میں اسکول ہو، اسکول بہترین ہو، وہاں پہ استاد ہو جو موٹیویٹڈ ہو، بچے ہوں جو چمک دمک کرتے سیکھنے کے لیے صبح بھاگ رہے ہوں اسکول کی طرف، کیا مشکل ہے؟ تو کیوں ہو نہیں پاتا؟ اور یہ جو ماں باپ کی خدمت کرنے کا ایک ڈگنیفائڈ ہسپتال میں ایکسپیرینس دینے کا مسئلہ ہے، یہ کوئی چاند پہ کمند ڈالنا ہے یا مارس کے اوپر روور چلانا ہے؟ ہر گھر میں تیسرا بچہ جو ہے وہ ڈاکٹر ہے، نوکریاں نہیں مل رہی، ڈاکٹر بے شمار ہیں، نوکریاں مل نہیں رہی اور ہیلتھ کیئر سسٹم بننے نہیں پاتا۔ یعنی محلے میں ایک ڈیسنٹ ڈاکٹر کا ہونا، اس کے پاس کچھ بیسک اکوپمنٹ ہونا، تھوڑی سی پریونٹیو کیئر، بہت سی پریونٹیو کیئر اور تھوڑی سی پرائمری کیئر دینا، یہ بھی کوئی مسئلہ ہے؟ تو یہ بھی کوئی مسئلہ نہیں لگتا بظاہر۔ نیبرہڈ کا مسئلہ ہے، کیونکہ ہمارا جھگڑا چلتا رہتا ہے یہ لوکل باڈیز سے، کیونکہ نیبرہڈز تو اسی وقت آباد ہوں گے جب لوکل باڈیز امپاور ہوں گی، جب آپ ہی کے علاقے کے لوگ جو الیکٹ ہوئے ہیں وہ آپ ہی کے علاقے کی خدمت میں مامور ہوں گے، تو تبھی یہ کاروبار چلے گا۔ اور کیا ایک اور بات رہ گئی تھی کہ ایک اچھی سی نوکری ہونی چاہیے، یہی بات رہ گئی تھی۔ تو اچھی سی نوکری کیسے ہوگی؟ اچھی سی نوکری اس وقت ہوگی جب پرولیفریشن ہو رہی ہوگی۔ there would be widespread rapid proliferation of new enterprises in the country. that's it, that's نوکری۔ سرکار کہاں دے گا نوکری؟ کتنی دے گا نوکری آپ کو؟ تو اس کا مطلب ہے کہ پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کی ریپڈ پرولیفریشن جو ہے وہ ہمارا راستہ ہے اس نوکری کے لیے جس کی جستجو سب کو ہے۔ تو اب یہ ریپڈ پرولیفریشن کاروبار کی کیسے ہوگی؟ وہ تو ہوگی سسٹینیبل گروتھ سے۔ اب سسٹینیبل گروتھ کیسے ہوگی؟ تو بھائی وہ تو ہوگی صرف پروڈکٹیوٹی سے اور انوویشن سے، اور اس کا کوئی دنیا میں راستہ نہیں ہے، کوئی دنیا میں سلوشن نہیں ہے۔ اللہ کرے کہ 9 روپے کی بجلی اور $9 کی گیس ہو جائے، مگر پوری دنیا میں یہ راستہ نہیں ہے پرولیفریشن آف نیو بزنس انٹرپرائزز کا، صرف پروڈکٹیوٹی اور انوویشن ہے، اور اس کے علاوہ کوئی راستہ نہیں ہے۔ اور میں 3 ممالک کی انڈسٹریل پالیسی بنا رہا ہوں، بس پاکستان کی نہیں بن پاتی۔ آپ جو مرضی انسینٹو دیں وہ موربڈ ہو جاتا ہے۔ تو بات یہ ہے کہ پروڈکٹیوٹی اور انوویشن کے ذریعے آپ کو آگے بڑھنا پڑے گا، اور پروڈکٹیوٹی اور انوویشن صرف ایک طریقہ کار سے آتی ہے، اور وہ ہے ڈاگ ایٹ ڈاگ فیئرس کمپٹیشن۔ بس اس کے علاوہ کوئی پروڈکٹیوٹی معاشرے میں لانے کا کہ ہم اسکول کھول دیں گے، ہم ٹریننگ دے دیں گے، کسی دنیا میں ریولوشن ایسے نہیں آیا۔ ریولوشن صرف کمپٹیشن سے آیا ہے، دیٹس اٹ۔ جو جتنا آپ کا فیئرس کمپٹیشن ہوگا اتنا ہی معاشرے میں اور آپ کے کاروباروں میں ایج آئے گا، اتنی ہی انوویشن آئے گی، کیونکہ ایج جو ہے وہ انوویشن اور پروڈکٹیوٹی کے بغیر آ ہی نہیں سکتا۔ تو وہ آ ہی نہیں سکتا۔ آپ جتنا مرضی ساروں کو پی ایچ ڈی کروا لیں، لیکن جب کام کرنے جائیں اور وہ لیزی انوائرمنٹ ہو اور وہاں پہ ایج نہ ہو، کمپٹیشن نہ ہو، تو پروڈکٹیوٹی نہیں آ سکتی، آ ہی نہیں سکتی، کہیں بھی دنیا میں نہیں آئی۔ اور اس فیئرس کمپٹیشن کے لیے کیا چاہیے؟ لیول پلینگ فیلڈ، یوریکا، لیول پلینگ فیلڈ۔ لیڈیز اینڈ جینٹلمین، ٹو می لیول پلینگ فیلڈ از the problem. If a society doesn't have a level playing field, if the society is extractive and protective, there's no way in hell shall freeze, but you will not have a competitive marketplace. ارے بھائی، جب آپ کا مقصد ایلیٹ کیپچر ہو اور آپ کو کرنا ایلیٹ کیپچر ہو، اور معاشرہ سارا اکٹھا ہوا ہو صرف ایلیٹ کیپچر کے لیے، میں کاروباری دوستوں سے پوچھتا ہوں، یار آپ کے دھندے جو ہیں وہ ڈنمارک میں، یورپ میں، امریکہ میں ہیں، آپ یہ اسلام آباد کیا کرتے پھر رہے ہیں؟ آپ کا کیا کام ہے؟ مجبور ہیں، کاروبار نہیں کر پاتے۔ جب تک کسی وزیر کے پاس، جب تک کسی سیکرٹری کے پاس نہیں آتے، جب تک سستی گیس نہیں مل پاتی، وہ بھی سب کو نہیں ملتی، کسی ایک کو مل جائے بس، کسی ایک سیکٹر میں۔ جب تک یہ نہ ہو کام نہیں چلتا. اور جب یہ ہو تو کمپٹیشن تو مر گیا نا. جب ایک سیکٹر کو ایڈوانٹیج ہے اور ایک کو ڈس ایڈوانٹیج ہے تو ایک ہی سیکٹر چلے گا نا. اور جس کو ایڈوانٹیج ہے وہ کمپیٹیٹو کیوں ہوگا؟ اس کو تو آلریڈی پیسے مل گئے ہیں ایکسٹریکشن میں, تو اس کو کیا پڑی ہے؟ اگر آپ کا فیکٹر ان پٹ, آپ تو سمجھدار آدمی, اگر آپ کا ٹوٹل فیکٹر یا فیکٹر ان پٹ جو ہے وہ 100 روپے کی اور میری 30 روپے کی, تو آپ کیسے جیتیں گے بھائی؟ اب آپ کو کیا ضرورت ہے کمپٹیشن کرنے کی, کیا ضرورت ہے انوویشن کی, کیا ضرورت ہے پروڈکٹیوٹی کی؟ جو شخص فیکٹر ان پٹ کے اندر 200-400% کما لے وہ 24% کے لیے ڈاؤن سٹریم جائے گا. وہ بیوقوف ہے کیا؟ بیوقوف ہوتا تو ہماری طرح یہاں کھڑا ہوتا. ارے بھائی اگر وہ عقل مند ہے, کاروباری ہے, اس میں ایج ہے, سمجھدار ہے, تو وہ کیوں اس طرف نہیں جائے گا جہاں پہ 300% فائدہ ہے؟ اور وہ معاشرہ جو 300% فائدہ دے وہ آگے نہیں بڑھ سکتا. وہاں پہ صرف ایلیٹ کیپچر ہی ہو سکتا ہے. تو ہوتا کیا ہے؟ اب آپ سے میں سوال پوچھتا ہوں, یہ بہت سی آپ نے یہ ایکسٹرنل سیکٹر کی باتیں, ایکسپورٹ بوم بسٹ, بوم بسٹ, بوم, یہ کیا ہے بھائی بوم بسٹ؟ اتنی ایف ڈی آئی یہاں پر آئی, کبھی کسی نے سنی کہ ایکسپورٹ میں آئی؟ ایک بندہ اس کمرے میں مجھے بتائے, سب کاروباری لوگ بیٹھے ہیں, کہ پچھلے 20 سال میں ایک کوئی ایکسپورٹ بیس سیکٹر میں ایف ڈی آئی آئی. جب اتنے ڈھیر پیسے پروٹیکشن اور ٹیرف میں بنتے ہوں تو آپ کیوں نامراد ایکسپورٹ کریں گے؟ بتائیں مجھے. آپ دیوانے ہیں. پیسے بن رہے ہیں پروٹیکشن میں, ٹیرف میں, تو ایکسپورٹ کیسے ہوگی؟ پیسے تو جہاں بن رہے ہیں وہیں پہ آپ جائیں گے. وہ تو بن رہے ہیں ڈومیسٹک میں. کیوں بن رہے ہیں؟ کیونکہ آپ کو بیریئر ملا ہے, ٹیرف ملا ہے, پروٹیکشن ملی ہے. تو جب اتنے ڈھیر پیسے پروٹیکشن کے ملتے ہوں تو دنیا میں تو کمپیٹ کرنا پڑے گا. دنیا تو آپ کو پروٹیکشن نہیں دے گی, تو آپ دنیا میں کیسے کمپیٹ کریں گے؟ تو ڈالر آتے ہیں, ویسے تو وہ بھی کم ہی آتے ہیں, لیکن ڈالر آتے ہیں اور ہم روپے کماتے ہیں. جب ڈالر آتے ہیں اور ہم نان ٹریڈیبل گڈز میں, ڈومیسٹک سیکٹر میں, ریل اسٹیٹ آج کل تو مندہ ہے مگر کسی زمانے میں تو بہت خوب تھی. جب آپ ڈھیروں روپے کماتے ہیں, چاہے وہ کنزمپشن میں ہوں یا نان ٹریڈیبل سیکٹرز میں ہو, ڈھیروں روپے, تو ایکسپورٹ کے لیے تو کمپیٹ کرنا پڑتا ہے. کمپیٹیٹیونیس کے لیے تو کمپٹیشن چاہیے. کمپٹیشن تو پروٹیکشن نے مار دیا, تو اب ایکسپورٹ کیسے ہوگی؟ تو ایکسپورٹ اتنی ہی رہتی ہے. اب آپ کے پاس ڈھیروں ہو جاتے ہیں بوریوں میں روپے, اور جاتے ہیں آپ امپورٹ کے پیسے دینے کے لیے ڈالر خریدنے, تو ڈالر ہوتا نہیں. ڈالر آپ چھاپ تو سکتے نہیں, وہ تو ایکسپورٹ سے آئے گا. تو فوری طور پہ بسٹ. یہ ہے بوم بسٹ کا سائیکل جو شروع ہوتا ہے ایلیٹ کیپچر اور پروٹیکشن سے. اس کو توڑیں گے تو ٹھیک ہو جائے گا. تو وہ میں دیکھ رہا ہوں صفر, میرا ٹائم ختم ہو گیا, تو مجھے ریپ اپ, ویسے تو عادت نہیں مجھے ریپ اپ کرنے کی, یہ منسٹر فائنانس کو پتہ ہے, لیکن انہی کے احترام میں, کیونکہ باقی لوگوں سے تو میں ڈرتا نہیں ہوں, تو انہی کے احترام میں ریپ اپ کرتا ہوں کہ دیکھیں, ریسیپی آپ کی ہے پروڈکٹیوٹی. پروڈکٹیوٹی ایک دفعہ تو ٹیکنالوجی سے آ سکتی ہے, دیر پا پروڈکٹیوٹی صرف انوویشن سے آتی, صرف انوویشن سے. انوویشن کے لیے آپ کو 3 چیزیں چاہیے: ہیومن انٹیگریٹی, ہیومن انجینیوٹی اینڈ ہیومن ہوپ. آپ کے بچوں کو اسی طرح یقین, میں آرتھر ڈی لٹل میں تھا, یہ مجھے ابھی یاد کروا رہی تھیں, تو مجھے ایک دفعہ انہوں نے ہائرنگ کا, MBA ہائرنگ کا بنا دیا ہیڈ. تو ہم ہائر کرنے جاتے تھے, ٹرن آف دا سینچری کی بات ہے, اور MBA 24-26 سال کا بچہ بچی, ان کو $1,20,000 2000 کے اندر, سن 2000 میں آفر کرتے تھے, and they would decline us. They would decline the job at the age of 24-25, $120,000 job, because they were convinced کہ میں اپنی ماں کے کریڈٹ کارڈ پہ $20,000 یا $30,000 جو گراج میں ہم 3 بچے دوست بنا رہے ہیں, I'm going to throw this ball out of the ballpark. I'm going to be a unicorn. Everyone had a belief that I'm going to be unicorn. کوئی بنتا نہیں تھا, گھوم گھما کے ہمارے پاس ہی جاتے تھے, مگر 2 دفعہ فیل ہونے کے بعد, 3 دفعہ فیل ہونے, اور بعض نہیں آتے تھے. रिलेंटलेसली परसूट में रहते थे कि दिस राउंड इज माइन। अरे भाई, किसी को इस कमरे में ये उम्मीद है? तो ये उम्मीद की मौत सबसे बड़ी मौत है। तो बात ये है कि ये उम्मीद पैदा करें। अगर लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड होगी तो फिर हर बच्चे को यकीन होगा कि ये बैट और ये गेंद, और अगर मैंने शॉट मारी ना तो पुल के पार फेंक दूंगा। लेकिन अगर उसको पता हो कि मुसद्दिक साहब के बच्चे को ही मिलना है कोटा, इन्हीं को मिलनी है इजाज़त, गवर्नर साहब तो देते नहीं हैं, तो फिर भाई ये उम्मीद नहीं पैदा हो सकती। फिर लोगों को ये यकीन होता है कि ये मुल्क सिर्फ चंद लोगों के लिए बना है, चंद एलीट्स के लिए बना है, उन्हीं के बच्चे आगे बढ़ेंगे, उन्हीं के बच्चे जो है वो तकरार करेंगे, वही हमसे गिला करते हैं। गरीब तो बेचारा पहुंच ही नहीं पाता, और गिला क्या करेगा? तो मैं दोबारा से कहूँगा कि इनकलकेट करें ये ह्यूमन इंटेग्रिटी, ह्यूमन कैपिटल, ये तमाम मामलात जो हैं इनका ताल्लुक़ तालीम से, और होप का ताल्लुक़ वैल्यूज़ से, और इन तमाम का ताल्लुक़ जो है वो बराबरी से। अल्लाह ने जो कुछ दिया आपको नसीब, हम सबको मुबारक, हम खुद भी एलीट्स हैं, लेकिन गरीब बच्चे की आंख से उसके ख्वाब और उसकी होप ना छीनिए। बस यही है रास्ता। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Dr. Musaddiq Malik has spoken a lot about hope, ummeed, Pevasta Re Shajar Se, and he's, the way I've assimilated it, encouraging us to remain hopeful, pass on the hope to our children, act with that hope, go towards course correction. Quran bhi kehta hai कि indeed Allah will not change the condition of a people till they change what is in themselves. So we can relate that to what Musaddiq Sahab was saying that. And Musaddiq bhai, आपकी generation के बहुत लोग हैं और अभी बहुत time है आपके पास, आप हमें सिखाते रहेंगे और हम सीखते रहेंगे. Thank you so much. It's always very interesting because Musaddiq bhai brings a very a fresh, new perspective to all our talks. So the chief guest, Chief Minister of Sindh, is just about to arrive, but Asfar has said that we must not cause any gap in the session. So I would request Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Mohammad Aurangzeb Saab, to please deliver his address. Aurangzeb Saab, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Governor Kundi Saab, Dr. Musaddiq Saab, I see Chief Minister Shah Saab is making his way. Eminent panelists, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, practitioners, a very good morning and assalamu alaikum. Over the last few weeks, I have been in Washington and in Riyadh, so I thought we can maybe start with some of the key themes and the messages that I picked up from these two capitals. Starting with the world economy before we come to Pakistan, so by and large ये देखा जा रहा है कि whatever was expected earlier on in the year, the world economy has actually fared out better and has been more resilient than was expected. And therefore, some of the global GDP numbers have been revised upwards as well. और उसकी कई वजूहात हैं, कुछ tactical हैं with respect to the tariff and the tariff regimes and the fact that the countries more, by and large, did not go for tit for tat, and therefore the mutually assured disruption जिसका खतरा था वो उस तरह नहीं pan out हुई जैसे पहले बात की गई. but also a number of countries who were conducting structural reforms and they are on their way. The role of the private sector, जो मेरे से पहले speakers बात कर चुके हैं, all have played a very important role in building that resilience in the world economy. और जब हम FII में थे यहाँ रियाद में last week, again the same messaging in terms of scaling back the role of the government, private sector investment, और जो अभी डॉक्टर मुसद्दिक साहब ने बहुत बड़े अच्छे तरीके से बात की है कि productivity led economic growth. These are the key themes which are coming up in addition to obviously the AI investment and the potential around that, especially in Global South. अब इसमें, having said that, everything is not hunky-dory because there is geopolitical tensions, rising protectionism, change in the global rule-based order, disruption na bhi kahe, but changing supply chains. A lot of that is leading and will continue to play an important role in defining the uncertainty which is still out there. And therefore, all economies, all emerging economies, including Pakistan, will have to be careful around the exogenous shocks which cannot be ruled out, and therefore building and continue to build fiscal and external buffers. अब ज़रा अगर पाकिस्तान पे आएँ तो macro stability की तो बहुत बात हो चुकी है, and we've seen external validations around that, whether it's the 3 global rating agencies which upgraded us and they are aligned in terms of their outlook for Pakistan as well. And as you know, we are under the fund program, so the second review went well and we had a staff level agreement announced in Washington, and inshallah it goes to the board in early December. But macro stability, I keep on saying, and I think one of the speakers earlier mentioned that as well, it's not an end in itself, right? It's means to an end. Or from my perspective, it's very simple. It's basic hygiene. Local investors, foreign investors, उसके लिए ये जो मुआशी इस्तेहकाम की बात है, that is very important. And और इसमें मैं अभी जो देख रहा हूँ कि जो अभी स्टॉक एक्सचेंज की बात होती है, बट आप सारे यहाँ प्रैक्टिशनर्स बैठे हैं, the corporate profitability, and it's not just the banks by the way, अभी हसनी साहब ने उसके बारे में बात की, अभी जो यूसुफ साहब हैं उन्होंने बैंकिंग पे बात की, but across sectors the corporate profitability for the first 9 months has gone up by 14%. In the first 3 months of this fiscal year, it has gone up close to 9%. So इसमें एक underlying जो strength है of the corporate sector which is coming through, and these are numbers which you can obviously verify yourself. The other thing, Yusuf Saab यहाँ बैठे हैं as president of OICCI, their survey has just come out, and having reviewed that survey, now 73% of the CEOs who are part and members of the Overseas Chamber have now said that Pakistan is a viable investment destination, and this is up from 61%. So once again, these are existing investors, और ये बहुत important है, अगर existing investors are not in a good place, you cannot talk about further FDI. So I would say we have a long way to go, but these are all good indicators कि हमारी जो direction of travel है और जो हमारी सिमत है, we are moving in the right direction. The second thing I would say is कि इसकी पहले भी बात की गई है कि जो diplomatic gains हुई हैं, we do find at this point in time confluence of factors for Pakistan which puts us in a relatively good position. And that confluence of factors is the macro stability combined with what I call the geopolitical tailwinds. तो हमारे जो traditional partners रहे हैं, China, US, GCC, Saudi Arabia in particular, ये सब partners वो हैं जिन्होंने हमें funding provide की, bilateral support दी, fund के program में इनके executive directors ने हमारे बहुत support की. But now we have a real opportunity to translate all of this into trade and investment flows led by the private sector. Government का सिर्फ इतना काम है कि हम ecosystem जो है उसको हम provide करते रहें, जो अभी Dr. Musaddiq साहब ने भी उसका जिक्र किया. And the areas we all know, minerals and mining, IT, agriculture, pharma, वो सब आपको, you have a very clear view on that. And this is not just about the traditional economy, because कई दफ़ा हमारी जो ज़्यादा focus रहता है वो traditional economy पे रहता है, but the new economy. And talking to the maritime conference yesterday, जो इस वक्त potential है in the blue economy is huge. And I won't go into that because I talked about it in detail yesterday. That's one. और फिर AI पे बहुत बात हुई है. And this is, again, the ball is in our court to provide that ecosystem, to provide that digital infrastructure, जिसके basis पे हम AI को हम और जो digital और AI-led growth को हम कैसे आगे लेकर जाएं. And yesterday, being at the event where Google executives were there in Islamabad, क्योंकि बड़ी बात होती है कि MNCs आ रहे हैं, MNCs जा रहे हैं, तो उसमें I think it's fantastic that not only their Chromebook उसमें growth आ रही है, but they have decided to open an office in Pakistan and make Pakistan a technical and export hub, which I think is great news. और इसमें जो हमें जो knowledge based economy की बात हो रही है, उसमें what we have to do is to essentially make sure कि again referring to जो डॉक्टर साहब ने बात की है, डॉक्टर मुसद्दिक ने, कि जो knowledge economy है to equip our young men and women with the right knowledge base and bring them up the curve. आज भी आपकी third largest freelancer population है. ये बात नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट ने कितनी नौकरियां देनी है. These young men and women are already doing what they are doing, but we need to equip them. कि अगर आज वो कोडिंग कर रहे हैं, $2, $3, $4 पे कोडिंग कर रहे हैं, and the blockchain center which has just been set up through a very generous gift from an American Pakistani, उन्होंने $13 million दिया है. लम्स में ये blockchain का सेंटर उन्होंने क्रिएट किया है. And if we can train our young men and women so they can do now coding at $10 or $12 or $14, उनके लिए भी बेहतरी है, मुल्क के लिए भी बेहतरी है. So I think ये जो न्यू इकोनॉमी की बात है, इस पे बहुत फोकस हमारा इस वक्त है, और we will continue to go in that direction. The structural reforms. ये 2 दिन पहले the economic team sat down and we had a very detailed presser. ज़फ़र साहब आपने भी मुझे उसके बाद मैसेज भेजा. ये जो अभी यूसुफ साहब ने भी बात की है, मैं बिल्कुल इसके साथ एग्री करता हूँ कि ये अगर हमने आगे चीज़ें लेकर जानी है, it has to be whole of the government approach. आपने Council of Ministers की बात की है, but the fact that the energy minister was there, the IT minister was there, the privatization minister was there, and we had Chairman FBR, we had Finance Secretary, and we talked about at length that when we are talking about structural reforms in the country, we are not in a design phase. We are operationalizing them and we are sort of taking them forward. क्योंकि ये बड़ी बात होती है कि जी इस्लाहात नहीं होंगी तो इस्लाहात क्या होती हैं? And all of you who have watched the presser, उस पर हमें ज़रूर feedback दें. और अगर उसमें कोई हमें acceleration चाहिए, आपकी कोई उसमें advice होगी, तो वो हम ज़रूर on board लेंगे, because no one has the final word on wisdom. But from our perspective, over the last 1.5 years, we have been in the implementation mode, whether it's taxation, energy, SOEs, privatization. On the public finance side, we talked about right sizing, pension reforms, and debt servicing. और मैं इस पर सिर्फ 2 मिनट लूँगा, because taxation की हमेशा बात होती है, and it's all, we've increased the revenue base, और उसमें we've done that by through deepening and widening. और deepening ये है कि all those sectors where we have had leakages, اور leakages کو is an euphemism quite frankly for corruption and چوری. اس کے علاوہ اور کچھ نہیں بات ہو سکتی. Those we call leakages, and that's where the role of technology comes in, where AI-led CRM, AI-led invoicing, AI-led monitoring, جہاں ہمیں سیلز ٹیکس whether it's the sugar sector, whether it's the cement sector, یہ ٹوبیکو میں ہم لے کے جا رہے ہیں, اس کو بیوریجز میں لے کر جا رہے ہیں, اور ہم نے پرسوں یہ بڑے وہ جو نمبرز ہیں وہ وزبلی پریسر میں بتائے ہیں کہ یہ ایسی بات نہیں ہے کہ ہم کو ہوا میں بات کر رہے ہیں. This is where the industries have already paid up because they recognized that this is what they owed to the government, and the rest of the sectors are also going to be captured. 9 lakh new filers آئے ہیں, and that's where the widening part sort of comes in as well. And this transformation is going on in terms of people, process, technology. And a couple of weeks back when we were in Washington, تو ہمیں ورلڈ بینک نے کہا کہ جو اس وقت ٹرانسفارمیشن چل رہی ہے ایف بی آر کے سلسلے میں, آپ آ کے اس کی کیس اسٹڈی بیان کیجئے. And we did. And I can tell you that the Egyptian, اس میں کئی فائنانس منسٹرز تھے, the Egyptian finance minister walked up to me and said کہ جی ہم یہی اس قسم کی اصلاحات ایجپٹ میں لانا چاہتے ہیں, تو یا میں اپنی ٹیم یہاں بھیجوں گا یا آپ اپنی ٹیم ہمیں یہاں بھیج دیں. تو دیکھیں یہ ایک ایسی چیز ہے جس کے بارے میں ہم بات تو بہت کر سکتے ہیں کہ جی اصلاحات ہیں کہ نہیں ہیں. If these are getting recognition, اور اس میں ایسے کہ جہاں بھی کمی بیشی ہے اس پہ ضرور ہمیں ہماری آپ اصلاح کیجئے, and we would want to take it forward. But there is recognition coming through. Energy side pay, on the power side, I think we are on our way. On the petroleum side, we still have work cut out. SOEs میں جو reforms ہوئی ہیں اور privatization, that's one agenda where we did not do well. Privatization side پہ جو ہمارا خیال تھا کہ ہم پچھلے سال کچھ assets کو will be able to privatize, we could not. I thought کہ محمد علی صاحب آج ہوں گے, لیکن I think ان کی کوئی فلائٹ کا ایشو ہوا. But he went into a lot of detail in the presser on Monday in terms of where we are with respect to the 24 SOEs which are now at the Privatization Commission. So your first asset here which has been privatized, which is a small bank, but it's been acquired by one of the largest conglomerates in UAE, and they have very big plans about what they want to do with the footprint and, more importantly, the digital agenda of that bank. So it's not about that $14.5 million جو آ رہے ہیں, اس کے بعد جو million dollar کی investment ہے, that is more important, the way we have seen with Mashriq Digital and the investment that's been made there. PIA کی privatization, we are very hopeful کہ inshallah before the year is out, we will see that through the finishing line. 3 discos ہیں جس کی انہوں نے بات کی, جہاں Alvarez and Marshall is the sell-side advisor, and how we are sort of taking that forward. ہم نے وہاں بات کی right sizing of the federal government. میں یہاں اس فورم پہ شاید پہلے بھی بات کر چکا ہوں کہ I have a lot of time and respect for Dr. Ishrat, and in one of the previous administrations I think he did a fantastic job in terms of analyzing کہ یہ جو various ministries and attached departments کیا کرنا ہے. تو اگر آپ نے وہ پریسر دیکھا ہے تو we have already actioned 39 ministries and more than 400 attached departments, and about 70% of the work is done in terms of merging the ministries, in terms of some of the departments which are being closed. کسی کو پسند ہے, کسی کو نہیں پسند ہے, but the point is کہ Utility Services Corporation is closed, PASCO is in the process of being closed, and it's not a question of a few people here or there, اور وہ ہم ان کو پورے پیکیجز دے رہے ہیں جس طرح ایک مناسب طریقے سے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر میں سیپریشن کی جاتی ہے. It's actually the subsidy and the corruption associated with that subsidy which is the real cost to the exchequer, and that's why what we are doing, and we will inshallah continue to do that, so that ہم اس کو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کے اس کے حوالے کرتے جائیں. پینشن ریفارمز کی بات ہوتی ہے تو آفٹر لانگ ٹائم وی آر ناؤ آن ٹو اے کنٹریبیوٹری اسکیم. تقریباً 8,000 ہمارے جو نئے گورنمنٹ کے ہمارے کولیگز نے جوائن کیا ہے. ناؤ دے آر آن ڈیفائنڈ کنٹریبیوشن. تو جو اسٹاک ہے وی اسٹل ہیو این ایشو, بٹ ایٹ لیسٹ وی ہیو اسٹاپ دا بلیڈنگ ان ٹرمز آف ہاؤ وی ٹیک تھنگس فارورڈ. اینڈ آن دا ڈیٹ سروسنگ سائڈ دیکھیں یہ سنگل لارجسٹ ایکسپینس آئٹم ہے فار دا گورنمنٹ آف پاکستان. تو پالیسی ریٹ نیچے آ رہا ہے, اس سے ڈیٹ سروسنگ کی کاسٹ کم ہو رہی ہے. لیکن آئی ایم ویری کلیئر ود آر ڈیٹ مینجمنٹ آفس और ये थोड़ी सी टेक्निकल बात है, मैंने पेशावर में भी की थी, what we are trying to do is to create an alpha. अगर पॉलिसी रेट नीचे आ जाए और उतना ही डेट सर्विसिंग नीचे हो जाए तो फिर ना मेरी की ज़रूरत है ना डेट मैनेजमेंट ऑफिस की ज़रूरत है, वो तो ऑटोमेटिक उसका एक सिस्टम है in terms of the waterfall. So what we are trying to do is to do liability management trades in terms of the domestic debt, ताकि जो भी हम बचा सकें, every million and every billion counts. Whatever we bring in, to bring it into our contingency funds or move it to other social sectors. तो इसमें अब असफर साहब जो आपकी टॉपिक है आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का, मैं उस पे आऊँगा. So first of all, as far as the structural reforms are concerned, we absolutely need to stay the course. This बड़ा consistent messages है. Internally, bilateral partners, multilateral partners, we need to stay the course. लेकिन जहाँ हमें course correction की ज़रूरत है, और वो course correction की ज़रूरत अभी डॉक्टर मुसद्दक साहब ने बात की है और मैं उस पर ज़रूर बात करूँगा. There are two areas which I continue to call existential threats for Pakistan: population and climate change. और इसमें दोनों चीज़ों पे the real sense of urgency, population की मैं हर जगह बात करता हूँ, is not only the 2.5% number which is a headline number. हम जितनी भी growth कर लें, अगर 2.5% ही हमारी growth रही population की, in real terms we are not going to get there where we want to get to 2047 inshallah when we get to be 100 years. और उसका जो derivatives हैं वो ज़्यादा important है. Child stunting, learning poverty, which is really girls out of school. Those are the real issues which we need to fix and fix now. We are absolutely very clear, I'm very clear कि जो population वाला है ये in one form, shape or the other, we need to address this issue now. And the second thing is जो डॉक्टर साहब खुद उसको लीड कर रहे हैं, climate change, और इसमें ज़रूर ये बात होती है कि हमारे पास फाइनेंसिंग है और ये हमारे साथ कितना बुरा सलूक हो रहा है कि हम emissions नहीं करते, adaptation की हमें चाहिए. लेकिन मेरी हमेशा एक गुजारिश रही है सबके साथ कि जो है उसको तो इस्तेमाल करें. अगर कंट्री पार्टनरशिप फ्रेमवर्क वर्ल्ड बैंक का हमें $2 billion का एक पैकेज मिला है, 1/3 of which is available on climate change, well then let's use it up. Or Dr. Saab is working on a 100-day plan with the Prime Minister to bring that sense of urgency as to how we take this forward. So I think from our perspective, in terms of structural reforms, we very much want to stay the course. And in these two areas, we absolutely need course correction, bring a sense of urgency, and we look forward to getting your feedback, your views, your ideas as you deliberate on a number of these topics over the next couple of days. Once again, I'm very grateful for the kind invitation by the organizers. It's always a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ji.
Thank you, Minister Saab. Your insights remind us of the critical role that sound economic policy and leadership play in driving business growth of Pakistan and improving investor confidence. So thank you for sharing your perspective, outlining our challenges, and also inspiring us to think in the right direction. This vision for our economic growth actually sets the tone for the conversations that we will be having for the rest of the day today, and definitely the messages that Aurangzeb Saab has delivered very clearly and unambiguously resonate truly with our business leaders here. With this, I'd like to extend a formal warm welcome to our chief guest for the inaugural session, the Chief Minister of Sindh, Syed Murad Ali Shah Saab. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you could have joined us earlier. We've had a stellar session. We've had some amazing addresses, and we're completely looking forward to your final address to close the inaugural session. So with this, I would like to invite you, sir, to please deliver your address. The Chief Minister, Syed Murad Ali Shah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Senator Mohammad Aurangzeb, Finance Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Faysal Kareem Kundi, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Musaddiq Malik, Minister Climate Change, CEO National Bank, Mr. Rahmat Ali Hasni. If I take all these names, it'll take me a very long time, so I'll just greet all of you, the honorable dignitaries, distinguished delegates, respective hosts, National Bank of Pakistan and the Nutshell Group, thought leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's indeed a very distinguished gathering. I see faces here which I've known for 5 decades now. At least one person I recall that I've known since when I was a child, and several others who I've worked with over the years. Assalamu alaikum to you all and a very good morning. It's indeed a pleasure for me to welcome you all in Karachi, Pakistan's economic heart, Sindh's proud capital, a city that has always been synonymous with resilience, enterprise, and innovation. Today's theme for the summit, course correction, redefining the direction, could not be more timely. Today, New York has elected a 34-year-old Muslim mayor. You can't be redirecting or course correcting any more than this. A few years ago, the city of Karachi also elected a young mayor, which almost we had to contest with people like the ex-governor of New York who contested against Zoran Mamdani, and we are successful. So the change started from the city Karachi and it's got to New York. Around the world, nations are reassessing their growth models, their governing priorities, and their social impacts. Pakistan too stands at an inflection point. To move forward, we must redefine our direction towards innovation-driven, inclusive, and sustainable growth. In Sindh, we are already pursuing that transformation. We are modernizing our industrial and logistic space, developing IT parks, establishing technology zones for which we're not getting permissions from the federal government. Aurangzeb Sahib is not listening. The technology parks that we're not getting permission from the federal government because of IMF conditions. Investing in energy transition, urban renewal, and human capital. Our government has introduced reforms that simplify business processes, strengthen public-private partnerships, and ensure that infrastructure development aligns with sustainability and equity. From Sindh's people housing for flood affectees to Karachi Safe City, from Sharai Bhutto to green projects, our approach is pragmatic, forward-looking, and people-centered. But equally, we recognize that the greatest infrastructure we can build is the human mind. Through education, digital literacy, and skill development. That is why Sindh is aligning with initiatives like the ADB International Education and Skills Forum to prepare our youth for the economics of the future. Forums such as the Future Summit are invaluable because they unite policy, capital, and creativity. The National Bank of Pakistan's support, combined with Nutshell Group's convening power, creates exactly the ecosystem that we need, where the private sector helps the public sector innovate, and the public sector provides the enabling framework for enterprises to thrive. I want to acknowledge the presence of global and national partners who continue to believe in metropolitan Karachi and the province of Sindh. Your engagement tells us that this province and Pakistan as a whole remains a promising investment destination for future technology, finance, infrastructure, and innovation. Let us take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitments from the Government of Sindh, 4 commitments from the Government of Sindh. Partnerships, we deepen our collaboration with investors, startups, and development institutions. The province of Sindh boasts having the best public-private partnership framework in Pakistan, and we've been successful in doing several infrastructure and service sector projects in public-private partnership. I'd request all, especially the investors from Pakistan, to avail the opportunities, avail the investment opportunities that are available in Sindh. We will continue to digitize processes, enhance transparency, and reduce red tape. We will ensure that women, youth, and marginalized communities are integral, which are integral to the growth story, are represented. We will measure impact, report progress, and stay aligned with global standards of governance. The province of Sindh will remain open to new ideas, new technologies, and new partnerships, because we understand that the future belongs to those who adapt fastest. As we begin this summit, let us not only talk about course correction, but also commit to collective acceleration. I would like Sindh to be the launchpad of a new narrative for Pakistan, one of innovation, integrity, and inclusion. To our guests from across Pakistan and abroad, I thank you all for being part of this journey. To the organizers, the Nutshell Group and the National Bank of Pakistan, congratulations for creating yet another platform that inspires action and optimism. Together, let us define direction and design the future. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Governor Saab. It's indeed inspiring to hear from a leader who not only understands the challenges of governance, but also understands the sentiments of the business community. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we will be now closing this session. But before we do that, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our speakers, everybody who's joined us for the inaugural session, by the presentation of a small souvenir, a token of appreciation. I would request Asfar, please, to take the center stage, and also our co-host, Mr. Ahmed Hasni. So please, if you could take center stage for the presentation of the souvenirs. And to present the souvenirs to our speakers, I would like to request our chief guest, Chief Minister Sayyid Murad Ali Shah Sahab, to please do the honors. So I'd like to request, first of all, Mr. Yusuf Hussain, President OICCI, to please receive his souvenir, and I'd like all of us to give a round of applause for this souvenir presentation. Our international keynote speaker, Lasha Tabetsi. Please, Lasha, if you could receive your souvenir from the Chief Minister. The guest of honor, Faysal Kareem Kundi Saab, Governor KP. Talia, please. Thank you. Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, sir, please, your turn. हम आपको चाय पिलाने लगे हैं, थोड़ी सी एनर्जी, थोड़ी सी और एनर्जी. चाय, कॉफ़ी, सैंडविचेस, तालियों के बाद. Thank you, everyone. Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Senator Mohammad Aurangzeb, sir, please. And now to present the souvenir to our chief guest, I would request Asfar Ehsan and Rehmat Hasni Saab to please present the souvenir to the Chief Minister. And now I'd request all our speakers, everybody on the stage, to please get up for the group photo. I'd also request Chief Marshal Sohail Aman sir, please, if you could join us for the group photo. This is an all-men group photo, and hence I'm going to try to add some color by inviting Farina Mazhar, Chief Public Engagements Officer, Nutshell, and also by inviting myself to join the photo. आशा को दिया दे दिए और जॉनथन So ladies and gentlemen, tea and refreshments are served. Please, in the interest of time, we've done really well actually. Despite the slight delay, we've managed to make up for lost time. I'd request all of you to please be back in the hall at 11:25. मुझे वो check पकड़ा दो. So, मेरे पास 2 चेक हैं, ये ब्लैंक हैं और साइंड हैं, तो या तो
much. We can carry on our conversations throughout the day. We wouldn't want to lose time here. We have our esteemed panel ready. They're waiting for me to announce their names. So if I could please request everyone to settle down. We are talking of course correction. We are talking of redefining the direction. Those two signed checks are still with us. Taha Naseem Sahab, आपके signed checks हमारे पास हैं. If you want to gift them to us, so please let us know. Otherwise, you can please have them collected ASAP. Okay. We needn't get too excited now. The checks have been reclaimed. So taking this conversation of redefining the direction and setting the course, we have an exciting panel coming up. बहुत उर्दू में मशहूर कहावत है कवाकिब कुछ नज़र आते हैं कुछ. So we are kind of becoming used to this kind of surrealism in the landscape that we are navigating. We never know what we are dealing with. The reality and the perception is not so aligned, especially in case of Pakistan, where there's a dire need to understand our own mechanism for setting course. I was having this conversation with Sir Sohail this morning about prior to setting the trajectory, the need to understand who we are. Forever chasing the ideals of the others may not serve our purpose very well. So this second panel coming up is perhaps going to elaborate on the same. They're bringing a lot of global insights into the local landscape. How to best position Pakistan, how to best restructure the infrastructure here, how to get the best out of it, how to optimize our own indigenous resourcing. So we are kind of living in a phygital world where digitization has taken control of our lives. From A to Z, everything is now technology. So we needn't speak of technology as something, a separate realm or a separate department any longer. So we are living with AI and we are living with protectionist trade regimes. We are talking of disruptions in supply chains. The corporate playbook has been redefined. And amidst all this, how do we use the best lessons for our own benefit is the trick or the requirement. So the esteemed panel with us here, it's a big one, and I'm very excited to announce, with 2 decades, and sir and ladies, as I announce your names, please join us on stage. We have Samad Daud. Samad is here with 2 decades of experience in mergers and acquisitions, and he is the CEO for Engro Holdings, and he's bringing a lot of in-depth understanding of how to go about bringing global insights for local development. We are being joined by Saira Awan Malik, President TCS, with history from Yale and legal education from Cambridge University. Saira is best positioned to navigate through the logistic landscape of Pakistan. We next have Naz Khan, Principal Country Officer, IFC. Naz is an old friend, and she's always brought these absolutely fabulous perspectives on the evolution that is taking place in our landscape. We next have Mohammad Humayun Sajjad Saab, CEO, Mashriq Pakistan. Humayun has been recognized as one of Asia's top 100 fintech leaders for his outstanding work in financial technologies, exceptional leadership skills, and strategic vision. And he's contributed to several notable brands, including National Bank of Pakistan, United Bank Limited, and Easy Pesa. Dr. Aisha K. Khan, a Regional Managing Director, Acumen. Aisha is here. She is presently the Country Director at Acumen and has a strong background in business strategy, economic policy, international development. We have Kabir Naqvi, FCCA, Entrepreneur in Residence, Abhi Fintech. So all the tech talk that I was going on about and how Fintech is now going to be leading us. Kabir is a distinguished finance professional and a business leader with deep expertise in microfinance and fintech sectors. The session is going to be moderated by Waqarul Islam. He's a corporate executive turned entrepreneur, held various senior positions with Comtel, Nokia, NCR Corporation, and currently is the director of Jaffa Group, as well as the director and CEO of JBS. Waqar will be moderating the session. I'm sorry. Asad Hamid Khan, please join us on stage. Asad will be moderating this session. And Asad, over to you. We have a very interesting panel bringing global insights into the local development. Thank you.
So, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you very much for getting the panel on the stage. The topic that we are going to be deliberating and rather sharing the insights, I think is very apt after the introductory session of the day, hearing the wonderful policy and government playbook, understanding from them that how they feel that their policies have panned up till now, and also understanding from them where they feel the course needs to be corrected in the future, plus what they feel have been their wins to date. So in no particular order, but before we start, just to identify how do we pick up on the Pakistan's business playbook and understanding the framework of our conversations. It's a 60-minute talk, and we'll be picking up on three areas. One is the regulatory framework. The other element is business and their practices, having this wonderful, diverse, rich insight sitting on the stage. And last but not the least, talent, quality of talent, and how they feel that talent is being nurtured, not just to develop as leaders or successors within their organization, but for the wider benefit of the corporate sector, and also linkages with the universities. So if I can start with, I think it's easiest if we start from the furthest end and start with Humayun. So having this financial services background, having spent your time understanding how automatically the economy connects the financial system. So it'll be good to hear your understanding of the current state of play in terms of the regulatory framework. How do you see that supporting? Secondly, it'll be great to have your pick on how you see your business and the practices and how they have supported up till now. And last but not the least, your take on talent. Thank you.
The mic. Thank you for picking me as the first person to enter this dialogue. Let me start by sharing my personal journey of becoming an entrepreneur during my professional career. In 2013, I decided to move to Australia, and I actually decided that I would never come back to, becoming an employee myself. So the easiest way for a technical person was to go on Google and search how to set up a business in Australia. So business.gov.au helps you with all the steps of setting up the company, and then also understanding how do you cultivate that company's business in Australia. The journey was, back in 2013, so convenient that I had never visited any government office in Australia. It was all online. But even after setting up the entire business online, I realized that it is just one part. Doing your business is something that you have to own and then drive yourself. Fast forward that experience to launching the bank in Pakistan, where actually everything happens manually, and then you have to engage with multitude of stakeholders. What I'm trying to get to is, at the end of the day, it is your responsibility to own what you want to achieve and not necessarily blame the ecosystem of not helping you. So the launch of bank literally happened in a matter of less than 15 months in a country like Pakistan. It is that grit, that resolve, that the sponsor said that this country has the opportunity that Mashriq would like to capitalize on. And working with, regulators across SECP, State Bank, Ministry of Finance, generally across the government of Pakistan, as much as it was tough, but I actually believe that just by having that resolve, we were still able to launch the bank successfully and gain the traction that we are immensely enjoying now. Happy to share more, but I think we'll tag along the conversation and then share my thoughts.
Over to yourself, Samad.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'll start off with a statement that one potential foreign investor shared, which I have mixed feelings about. So he shared that from his perspective, Pakistan is a country of immense potential and will forever be so, which I thought was a double-handed sort of a compliment, because it sort of leaves this notion that there's so much work to be done, and there's an opportunity to see how we're going to organize around that. And I just want to highlight a couple of things which really matter, because the whole aspect of a enabling environment, what businesses do, and then its impact on talent are interdependent issues that feed off each other. So I'll share one aspect of regulatory environment, where at this point in time, what we see is that private sector credit to GDP has halved over the last 25 years. And a lot of that is driven by the way tax policy in particular has been driving incentives. As Charlie Munger said, show me the incentives and I'll show you the behavior. At this point in time, just from a capital allocation point of view, if an investor invests in a company just to maintain purchasing power, not to make money, not to become wealthier, just to maintain purchasing power, requires a profit before tax on equity, return on equity before tax of 31%. Why is that? Because you take devaluation, you take US inflation, you look at super tax, dividend tax, and corporate tax, WWI, WTPPF, another super tax there. Comes to 31%. There are not a lot of businesses that can give you a 31% profit before tax return. This issue then gets further compounded when you're looking at sales tax differentials, vast segments of the economy, when you're talking about retail, logistics, food. These are multi-billion-dollar sectors in Pakistan. And these are sectors where a lot of capability is required, a lot of IT is required, a lot of scale can be achieved, and the future billion-dollar companies will be in and around this. But these companies or these sectors are all lower margin, high capital velocity businesses. You have to keep churning your capital over and over again. So if a company is sales tax compliant and another one isn't, and you have a 10% gross margin and the other guy is skimping on 18%, you can't compete your way out of that business. You can't grow that business. And hence those businesses remain small and they remain confined to a very small segment of the formal sector, which in itself is shrinking as far as the economy is concerned. It doesn't need to be this way. So if you combine the income tax and the sales tax, you're looking at anywhere between 33 to 50% disadvantage against the informal sector. So what is the consequence of this? The consequence is far more important and more value accretive to have a good tax advisor to see how you get out of the formal sector than it is to run a good business. Which means that businesses remain informal. Informal businesses don't want talent. They don't need data scientists because they're not documenting anything. They don't need technology solutions in AI. They need their son to come in and take over the business and be sitting on top of the cash register. And hence you see this cascading impact from one to the other to the other. So in my view, I think all the ingredients for really going in and spurring economic growth built on the foundation that the government has done a remarkable job in providing stability. Remarkable job, and I think they deserve a lot of credit. But building from here, we need access to capital. The banks are flush with liquidity and the investors have a lot of liquidity because they haven't not invested in the past few years. So money is not the problem. We have talent as well, at least talent to get going, because 1 million people have left Pakistan and there's a huge expat community along with the local talent. Talent is not the issue. And we have abundant, cheap energy. Pakistan has one of the lowest marginal cost of energy in the region. It's just that it doesn't get utilized, which is why the fixed cost is so high, which goes into energy pricing. But if you look at the marginal cost, it's one of the lowest. So the ingredients are there. It's just the policy environment that we need and the mindset that we need to unleash that growth. That's where the opportunity lies.
So thank you very much, Samad. So starting with Humayun. So Humayun talked about ecosystem not required to be supportive, and it's how you want to take things forward. You have picked up on the enablement, and you have highlighted two areas. One is the taxation incentive or the inefficiency, how that supports or disincentivizes the current government, the current organization. And the second is that how we can increase access to capital for entities. And there is abundance, in your view, of talent. So, Saira, it'll be great to hear your perspective on the current state of play.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. When we look at the overall macro picture of Pakistan at this point, I would like to echo some of Samad's points, because I think the stability that has been achieved and the progress that we see is indeed remarkable. It is fragile, however. And I would like to, on the macro picture, highlight 5 key challenges. The first one being the taxation burden and the lack of tax equity, the unfair distribution of taxes across sectors, which causes, of course, lack of competitiveness at many levels. Secondly, there is policy unpredictability, which leads to an unpredictable business environment, high risk. Thirdly, we talk about the high energy cost, which also leads to uncompetitive exports. And 2 other things which really merit mention is the slow contract enforcement and the burdens on the commercial courts and their pace of resolving disputes. That definitely impacts our business environment. And lastly, the accumulated losses and the high debt that the state-owned enterprises face, that is a real fiscal drag, but also crowds out the private sector. Looking at logistics particularly, Logistics is a sector that gives us a great cause for optimism, and we see a bright future ahead for Pakistan as being positioned as a logistics hub for the region. However, when we look at the challenges, we will talk about the challenges first, and then we need to talk about the bright, the silver linings. The challenges, the foremost challenge in the logistics sector is the fragmented nature of the industry. We know that majority of the cargo freight movement in Pakistan, over 90%, 95% takes place by road transportation. And the bulk of these operators tend to be very small operators with 1 or 2 trucks in their fleet, maximum 5 to 10. This fragmented nature, both at the ground level and I will also mention at the policy level, leads to an inability to raise finance, technology adoption, etc. At the policy level, this fragmentation is reflected in the fact that there are about 5 or 6 different ministries that deal with transport and logistics issues. So whenever international partners or international investors come to Pakistan, they have to deal for road issues with one ministry, ports for another, railways for another, postal issues for another, air. And so this leads to lack of uniformity, lack of consistency across the board. And secondly, the second most important, Samad also mentioned the low margin, high volume businesses such as logistics have been facing immense cost pressures. There is a downward pressure on prices, there is an upward pressure on costs. The industry is becoming increasingly commoditized. There is not much scope for value-added services, and this leads to razor-thin margins, which causes problems for business owners such as ourselves when it comes to making investments that are much needed, investments in technology, investments in infrastructure, etc. And the fact that there is no level playing field, being a tax-compliant business actually becomes punitive, because the more you pay, the more you are asked to pay. And I think this is something that the government urgently needs to look at, expanding the tax net in an equitable way across sectors. And so when compliant businesses are squeezed and there is no scope for investment, obviously that has a clear implication for the future of this sector and the promise that I mentioned earlier. Thirdly, I should mention the human resource aspect. There is a lack of trained professionals. We need across the board human capital training for logistics professionals, right down from the drivers, trainings, etc., all the way up. And so, when we talk about these challenges, we must look at the backdrop that logistics, as I had mentioned, Pakistan can be the regional logistics hub. There are projections that just regional trade can be in the region of 1 to 2 billion just with Central Asian republics in the next few years. Currently, Pakistan's trade with its immediate neighbors is about $4 billion compared to a total trade volume of about 32. This is minuscule and there's great scope for expansion here. But this will require a lot of heavy infrastructure investment to upgrade our multimodal avenues of transportation, whether it is road links, ports, the customs clearance processes, railway connectivity, upgrading the rail freight system. And so we will talk more about policy recommendations in the next segment.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. So the areas that you've alluded to, so you picked up on contract enforcement, you picked up on lack of policy consistency, you picked up on lack of level playing field. So we are focusing on what we have been focusing throughout and highlighting that to the government. That's around competitiveness, that's around ease of doing business, and last but not the least, another area that you picked up, which is the infrastructure or the lack of infrastructure to support logistics emerging or benefiting as a regional hub. So continuing with this, so do you, Kabir, feel, you see, representing again the financial services, where there's a lot of inclusion, and support happening through the regulatory framework. It is one of the highest or the most regulated sectors in Pakistan. So how do you see it playing its role, not just within the microfinance domain, which you may be representing, but also in the overall financial systems situation? Thank you.
No, thank you, Asad. First of all, I would like to thank Nutshell Group for having me here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's afternoon now. So I've been a banker to the masses over the last 20 years, and I would want to bring perspective that's usually not shared in the urban centers. So I was part of the founding team of Tamir Bank back in 2005, which is now Easy Paisa Digital Bank, then part of the founding team of UBank, and now I have the privilege of buying Finca with the shareholder group and turning it around. I'll talk a bit about that also. So talking about the regulatory framework, I think I'll take you people down to the memory lane, and many of you sitting here would remember that our central bank took a very brave move and allowed the first bank-led branchless banking model in 2008 in the world. And that we were inspired by M-Pesa at that time, which was in Kenya, but that was all telco-led, and there was effectively no banking infrastructure in Kenya. So our market was very different. So we were the first ones to get into that. Telenor acquired the very small mom-and-pop Tamir Bank, and we launched the service, which is a household name now, Easy Paisa, and then Jazz Cash followed, and the rest is history. Now, when you talk about regulation, you know, and we will do the second segment where I have a few recommendations also, but we have to recognize when the central bank came up with the Microfinance Institutions Ordinance in 2001, it was a different world. And these were supposed to be small banks for social and financial inclusion, because I feel as a practitioner that there cannot be financial inclusion without social inclusion. So that element has to be there. So what were we fighting against at that time? 25 years down, although we have about 10 million to 12 million loans, not clients, I'll qualify that, because pretty much every microfinance borrower in Pakistan has 2 to 3 loans. So when you peel the onion, we are slightly over 3 million active clients out of a population of 250 million people. So this is just not even the tip of the iceberg, I would say, you know, what we have done so far. The loan book stands at 500 billion rupees, which is nothing in such a large populace, and the size of the problem, I feel, I always say, is increasing faster than we are growing. We're all growing, but I don't think we're growing fast enough. So for that, obviously, it's a different world now. In 2005, it was different. In 2008, when we started with this digital branchless banking, as we used to call it then, now we call these digital retail banks or digitization of conventional banking. Yes, there is improvement in regulation. Yes, there are DRB licenses out there. The commercial banks obviously are venturing into the digital space as well. But I'll share my perspective with you. The problem that we're facing right now, and which is a reality, in terms of financial literacy or overall literacy in the country, you cannot expect today that a person, you know, working in a field, a Hari or a Kisan, will go to the Apple store, download an app, and apply for credit. Eventually, maybe we'll get there, but whatever we're doing, we are currently banking the banked. We're improving the journeys of these banked clients right now in the urban centers, tier 1, tier 2 cities. But the real game changer would be when we go down to the masses and somehow make it so easy that people who are not that savvy will be able to use these services. And I'll give you an example of what we're doing. So we lend against gold primarily at Abhi Bank right now. There's a lot of gold in the country, and people come happily, we charge lower. We used to do the same at UBank, at Tamir Bank also. And that's a dead asset that is monetized. The bank's capital adequacy charge is 1/5 of what it would be for unsecured loans. In an economy like, and in an industry like ours, where people are struck by locust, floods, and God knows what not, you know, every second year, we have to be careful in terms of protection of the balance sheet. So central bank has come up with great regulations in terms of allowing us to take ample security for digitization, and the regulation is opening up even more in terms of loan limits, because previously we could just give up to ₹500,000 worth of loan. You cannot do much in half. That will most likely be consumed. Now we can do up to 5 million, you know, from $500,000. So that is happening, that is changing, but I feel that in terms of the understanding of certain people, or most of the people, that in terms of digital banking, we will be able to digitize the agri sector maybe in the next 10 years, yes, but I think a lot of work is required in terms of regulatory evolution And there are models in other parts of the world who've done it successfully. One thing before I stop, I will say that for the gold loans that I was mentioning, so the people come in, they put their gold, we have vaults, we're sitting on 40 billion rupees worth of gold, and we're increasing it by 2 billion a month. So this is the kind of demand that Pakistan has right now. And these people are, by the way, very good in terms of repayments. Delinquencies are less than 1%. And the sentimental value with the family gold is huge, even if the prices go up or down. Now, we roll over, 60% of these loans are rolled over. So baby steps. What we're doing right now on our app, we're graduating these clients that they can roll over these loans from the comfort of their houses. So that's the starting point, and slowly, gradually, I think there has to be a pathway where we can actually graduate these clients in terms of digitization, because with 3.5 million clients, you know, you compare yourself with India, Bangladesh, we are nowhere as far as microfinance credit is concerned. So in the next segment, the ideas that I and my colleagues in the network have, I'll share those. In terms of talent, we always say we have a lot of talent in Pakistan, yes, but I think, you know, as a practitioner, there is direction that needs to be given, because when COVID struck, many of these banks went busted. So the bank that I was leading at that time did not go busted. I'll share the magic ingredient. We went down to the field, we started talking to our people, and one of my area managers, I always quote, he said, "Sir, tarbiyat taaleem se behtar." So the fact is, we talk about education, we talk about these degrees and these vocational training or whatever. In terms of character building, I feel us as the private sector as well, in terms of we need to talk more about that, you know, in terms of integrity and the value system. I think this is one area I would want to touch upon, you know. This is what has helped us in our institution also.
So thank you, Kabir. So you brought up values, both from a consumer perspective, but also as an organization. But the points that you've highlighted in terms of regulatory evolution, social and financial inclusion, and the role the ecosystem is playing. So probably I'll borrow a phrase from the Chief Minister Singh, that there is a need for collective acceleration. Yes, Aisha, over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's so great to see so many old faces, so many of the builders who've been doing so much to move Pakistan forward, and perhaps more excitingly, it's great to see so many new faces as well. So excellent to have you all here, and you know, whatever we say during the course of this session and subsequent sessions, and you'll have the whole range of pessimism and deep cynicism to possible optimism, truly the solution starts with people in this room. So many of you are builders and enablers, and so as we go through it, just keep in mind that the solution is with all of you, and we largely know what it is. And so as we start thinking about course correction and redefining the future, I mean, it's such a massive space, and I was reminded last week I was on a flight back to Karachi, and actually no, I was on a flight from Karachi to Dubai. See, this is how much I travel. It's all over the place. So on one of these flights, I was sitting next to a very stern-faced Northern European lady. Now, if anyone knows people from Finland and Denmark, they're extremely straightforward and fairly sort of, you know, to the point. And she seemed really upset. And like any Pakistani who has no idea of personal space and boundaries, I leaned over to her and I said, "Hello, you look a bit upset. Is everything okay? What's going on?" This is Pakistani. Okay, so she turned to me and she said, "You know what? I have just come back to Pakistan after 12 years, and I'm so depressed." And I said, wait, why are you depressed? Please tell me. And she said, "You know, everything is the same. I came here 12 years ago. I saw certain things and they were broken, and you know, I thought, okay, frontier markets, they'll make their way through, and I've come back 12 years later, and everything is the same. In fact, it's worse." And so I said, okay, so first I had to control my defensiveness and say, absolutely not. We have so much going on. Look at how great we are. I said, walk me through this. What are you talking about? She said, well, look at your overall income growth levels. Look over the past 10 years, your GDP has not grown at the pace that your regional comparison countries have. And in addition to that, your population keeps growing. So when you talk about the fact that you're averaging 3.5% growth over the past 10 years. And in many years, it's 1% or even flat, but your population is above 2.5%. You're looking at a really, really difficult algorithm overall. And so finding yourself in 2025, the point that she kept talking about, and it's something that we should keep in mind as well, that at this point, our poverty levels are worse than they were during COVID. And in the past 10 years, they're almost double what they were in the early 2000s as well. So we step back from that context, and we can keep going into the indicators. I'm sure all of you have your own favorite indicators that tell you how things are exactly how this grumpy Nordic lady told me they were. But we step back and we ask this question about, well, what is it that has led to it? And again, if I have just one message, and my colleagues on the panel have made so many important points, but if you step up from all of it, the idea is about short-term and long-term. And often when you look at whether it is the policy landscape or what businesses are doing, and frankly, even what talent is focused on, they're optimizing on fairly short-term goals. And this is something, I'm an economist, so we always sort of believe in whatever the rules are, when you set those parameters, individuals, companies, societies will behave according to those parameters. So if we step back and say, in the regulatory space, policy making, wherever you look at, it's such a huge space. You talk about education, a lot of us are talking about the investment landscape. So what are these policies optimizing for? It's a question for us to think about. What are we optimizing for? Are we optimizing for growth? Are we optimizing for larger companies that are going to invest in talent? Or are we, as Samad mentioned, optimizing for companies that instead of growth are doing tax optimization and remaining small, because the burden of becoming formal and being fully transparent, and by the way, being able to draw on institutional capital is so significant that they find it a rational choice to remain small. So that's one piece. And you look at the companies themselves, again, the vast majority of our companies are informal, so mostly they're all family businesses. So is there an incentive to developing those formal systems in place? I think it's a question we have to ask ourselves. Is there an incentive to developing talent? I know on my team, it takes me at least 12 to 18 months to start developing someone you get in to the point that they're actually able to contribute in a meaningful way. So are we doing it? Are we doing the talent development? And please keep in mind that, as we have our population, there's always a bell curve. You'll always have, the bulk of your population is in the middle. They're of average, adequate intelligence. You have on the tails people who could fit in everywhere. And now, unlike any other time in history, previously, the barriers to exit were very high. So if you were a doctor, if you went to the UK, you had to do your exams again, right? If you were a lawyer, you had to go to the bar again. Here, if you're in the tech space, you know how to code, you understand AI, there are no barriers. So we're seeing the most critical talent that should be the base of our growth, having even more opportunities to leave. And so unless we create strong incentives for them, long-term incentives, they will do what is rational. Businesses will do what is rational. And so it once again comes back to what are the rules of the game? Are we setting them with a mind to long-term optimization? Or are we just looking at short-term? Because this is something my father said to me, and I think many of our families say this as well. It takes a really long time to build trust and have a reputation for integrity, and it takes just 1 minute, 1 moment, one policy, one aberration to shake that completely. So as we start this conversation around course correction and really building sort of again on what we should be building, the strengths, investors coming in, that strength, let's also keep in mind that it's a long-term positioning to adopt. We have to put in place the policies and the systems that over the next 10 years, when this lady comes back again, she can clearly say, okay, this is great. I can actually see a real consistent difference. So that would be my hope. And let's keep going on. And as I said, all of it lies with the people in this room.
So that was very candid, Aisha. So for me, the takeaways is it's a choice to remain small for many businesses, and we need to ask a question to ourselves that whatever policy making is going on, is it actually achieving its purpose? And the very fact that we had this press conference, which the finance minister talked about, and the ambition to grow the economy to a $3 trillion economy, what is the ambition for the 3 years, and how they wish to accelerate. So, accelerate beyond surviving, which is right now what we are doing. So, over to yourself, Naz.
Thank you, Asad. I hope that grumpy Nordic lady was on an outward bound flight, or she might have been sitting here, which may not have been a good idea.
She said she's not coming back for another 10 years, so we're safe.
Okay, so let me start with the good news. The good news is, as I think our finance minister mentioned also, I think we've, in the last year, in fact, I think we've come a long way with the macro stability that you've seen, and he was right. It's been actually acknowledged everywhere that we've done one of the fastest turnarounds, right? So which is very good. So macro stability you've seen. We've seen that this has allowed us to start accessing commercial markets as the government. You've also seen some conversations on trade and investment, that dialogue, whether it's been with the US, China, Saudi. So I think we're seeing some good things on that front. The question is, where do we go from here, and how do we get growth from here, and productive growth from here? So, I mean, if I talk about, let's say, us at the World Bank Group, there's a country partnership framework that we do with the government, which typically is a 5-year sort of strategy. This time, for the first time, even within the World Bank Group, we've done a 10-year strategy with the government of Pakistan, because some of the areas that actually require work and require investment are actually long-term. So really taking a long-term view. And there are 6 key pillars that I will mention because they address what we think are critical issues for the country. The first is on reducing child stunting. We know that about 45% of our children are stunted under the age of 5. And in the poorest districts, that number is as high as 60%. I mean, that's really awful. The second pillar of that strategy is around reducing learning poverty. We know that 75%, more than 75% of the children are, by the age of 10, they cannot comprehend an age-appropriate text. Right? So if that is, so these are 2 pillars that are related to human capital, actually, and investment in human capital. The third one relates to increased resilience to climate change. Again, it's addressing an issue I don't need to mention. We see it on an annual basis, and whilst we can't change how quickly we're getting affected, we can certainly change our response to it. Right? The fourth is on cleaner energy and better air quality. We heard the minister also mention, we know where we stand on that as well. We have the resources, so that's another area we need to address. Fourth is on more public resources for inclusive development. And it's a nice line to say, but it actually means a lot. How do you get more public resources, right? We're talking about SOE reform, we're talking about privatizations, you're talking about, really putting your fiscal house in order, right? It means sorting out the federal and the provincial, etc. So that's the fifth. And the sixth pillar relates to more productive private investment. And I can't stress this enough because the private sector is the one that is going to lead the way. But obviously this has to be done in tandem with government. I mean, today we're about 12-13% of GDP when it comes to private investment. This has to double. I was looking at the figures in the 90s, our exports were 16% of GDP. Last year they were 10% of GDP. Right? So that's how we've sort of come down. So it needs to be export-led productive growth, right? Because the minute you're export-led and you start operating in international markets, and your firms get exposure, that's where innovation comes, that's where productivity gets unleashed, and that's where you start doing technological upgrades because you are competing on an international basis, you're not just domestic. So that is what we are looking at because we see those as the key challenges, and I've given you some metrics. So the problem is, how do you get there, right? That's the issue. And it's like Samad said, you've got the talent, you've got the resources, the energy, you've got all the other things. So the dots are all there. How do you connect the dots? I think that's the real challenge, and that's the important question to ask. The other not so good news is that for people that are operating businesses, is that whenever you are course correcting or you're kind of redefining where you're going, it's always painful. And we are starting to see some of that as you've seen electricity prices going up, subsidies being removed, you're seeing gas prices go up. So businesses are hurting, no doubt. So you're going to start seeing some of that as you keep talking about structural changes and structural reforms. This is part of that change. And I think that's one thing that we can put our heads collectively together to see that as long as we know where we are going and you have to bear this pain, how can we smoothen this transition for people, right? You're deregulating wheat, so you're seeing disruption in that market and you want to get to an open market, you want to open up the energy markets. How can we smoothen this disruption? So I'll stop here. Thanks.
So thank you, Naz. I think the takeaway for me, and it's very important that you picked up, that we have identified what's the current state of play, probably the challenges, unique to each of the sectors that the panel is representing. But for me, the question or connecting the dots is that how do you move from choosing to stay small and choosing to then be an export-led productive economy. So on this note, I'll hand over to Humayun, and I think probably because we know that this is going to be the final round, it'll be good if you could close with your top 2 or 3 recommendations within this space as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me actually start by sharing Winston Churchill's saying. He once said, if you're going through hell, keep going. And let me actually also give an example of Indonesia, drawing a comparison of 2015 versus 2025. It was a population of 244 million, okay, literacy rate 92%. The GDP back then was 755 billion US dollars. The foreign direct investment was $16 billion. The reserves were $60 billion. Financial inclusion in Indonesia 10 years ago was 36%. 2025, fast forward. The same country has 1.4 trillion GDP, 1.4 trillion. Literacy rate 97%. Foreign direct investment 55.3 billion 2025. And FX reserves 130 billion, with financial inclusion 75.6%. If you search population sentiment, by the way, population from 244 to 285 today, that's million. If you Google sentiment of nation in Indonesia, you will find they're having protests. They're saying there is elite capture. They're saying that there are government policies that are not helping poor because of inflation. This is the same story that we are also facing. But if a country, despite of all the odds, can demonstrate results in a matter of 10 years, and by the way, in Indonesia, there are 1.3 registered businesses. The tax to GDP ratio is 10%, whereas actually the businesses are 65.3 million, giving workforce of 97.7%, right? There are average 55 new businesses registered every year in Indonesia, every year. And let me draw a comparison of a developed country, Australia, where every year, 10 years ago, there were 200,000 businesses being registered. Today, there are 430,000 businesses, close to 3 million registered businesses in Australia, including all the SMEs. The point I'm trying to make is that as much as there are challenges in Pakistan, and let me draw an attention to Mashrek's own example. Our cost to income ratio in 2007 as a bank was 53%. Today, it is 29%. The revenue of the bank in 2017 was actually $1.6 billion. Today, the revenue is $3.6 billion. We have shut down 85% of our branches. Again, the point I'm trying to make, we have to rethink business strategy. We have to rethink costs. We have to rethink how to make use of innovation. And by the way, going back to Indonesian example, 65 million businesses. I remember when I joined banking industry in 2016 in Pakistan, the State Bank report said 200 digital businesses, the e-commerce businesses. Today, it is 10,000. If people are selling on WhatsApp without having any formal financial access, people are smart enough to do business. All we have to do is to provide that sustained and resilient setup in the country. People will find their ways out. Thank you.
So that's a wonderful base case, Indonesia, where the private sector led that, and they have the same challenges as Pakistan may be having. So in terms of the transformative rethink, what would be your recommendation in terms of how Pakistan can improve its trajectory towards growth, competition, and ultimately governing the economy?
So I met this guy in Davos earlier this year. Very smart guy who invests a lot with startups. He was advising the government. And I'll just quote what he said. He said, the greatest mistake people in position of responsibility make is that they think they have the solutions. They have none of them. The solutions will come from the people on the front lines. All we need to do is get out of the way. And I think that's very hard to understand, because when you have talented people, you don't need to motivate them. You've got to make sure you don't demotivate them. So just 3 things. Remove tax arbitrage as a means for making money. Number 2, liberalize energy. Number 3, contract enforcement. Let people transact. Make transactions as simple as possible. Credible transactions. And I'd just like to quote my father, chairman, who said something beautiful. I gave him the whole Google version of how to fix the economy. And he turns to me and he's like, I completely disagree with you. I said, okay, what would you do? He said, perjury laws. I was like, what? He said, all commerce works on trust. The foundation of trust is truth. The last place where the truth dies is the court. If it doesn't survive there, it survives nowhere. And I was floored by that statement. And you asked your lawyers, please go and ask your lawyers. There are people who are brought in as fake witnesses, judges are bought off, so people don't transact. When people don't transact, you don't have prosperity. So get out of the way, remove the taxations, arbitrage, free up the energy markets, make sure that people can transact transparently as fast as possible. All your AI issues, capability issues, investment issues will start getting resolved.
Thank you, Samit. So just reconnecting it with Dr. Musaddiq Malik and the point that he made, that these are very simple solutions. And it's all about how you implement and make it easy. But I really like the term, get out of the way. And this is all probably that we need to do as leaders when it comes to our organizations, meeting the vision that continuously evolves. Thank you. Saira, your views, please.
Thank you. So Pakistan has domestic demand. It has a great geostrategic story. What is it that excites us in the logistics sector? I already mentioned a few points. So my tone is going to be more optimistic this time. We're going to be looking at the future and course correction. So there's an increase in e-commerce, there is an increase in online retail. That opens up a great deal of possibilities in terms of fintech-related entrepreneurship, etc., digitizing cash payments. That is something we're all working on. So, that of course leads to financial inclusion, etc. So that's a very exciting space. Secondly, we see a great uptick in demand for what I referred to earlier as value-added logistics, warehouses, temperature-controlled logistics, cold chain transportation, agri-logistics. So there's great scope for development here. And I already referred to the regional connectivity imperative of Pakistan as a very natural gateway between Central Asia, South Asia, the Middle East, Africa, Western China, etc. So really what we need to do is shift Pakistan towards a rules-based, export-focused, predictable business environment that leads to fiscal credibility, energy reform. It is underpinned by fiscal credibility, energy reform, and frictionless trade. That's the vision. And I have 4 main course correction ideas. The first one, of course, given our sector, the focus on infrastructure. So I already referred to the great need for infrastructure investment. If we take, for example, just one mode of transportation which has been much neglected in Pakistan, which is rail connectivity, there is great need for investing in upgrading the entire railway infrastructure from tracks to locomotives, wagons, and really permit efficient freight transportation up and down the country. However, in order to do that, in order to open this space up for private capital and private sector investment, there needs to be certain exploration of perhaps public-private partnership models whereby the government opens up the space for investment and then allows the private sector companies and players to come in for operational efficiency, etc. So there's infrastructure has to be a central focus. Secondly, when we talk about regulatory reform, there's been a lot of talk of taxes, particularly when we look at the logistics sector and we see the uneven levies across provinces, the inconsistent application of certain sales taxes in certain provinces, etc. So again, there needs to be a harmonized, zero-rated tax approach for export-driven logistics across all modes of transportation. Thirdly, I will mention something that I referred to earlier, which is commercial courts and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, again, to give more confidence to investors, both local and international. Samad also referred to the importance of truth and the integrity of contracts. And thirdly, female participation in the workforce is currently lagging behind. We all know the statistics. It's about 20 to 23% at best female participation in the workforce out of the female entrepreneurs. In Pakistan, we see only about 1 or 2% of all entrepreneurs are women. We see, with technology, the sort of work that fintech companies are doing and the growth of e-commerce, that is on the rise, which is great, but the government also needs to step in and offer childcare tax credits, safe transportation policies, and equal workplace compliance. So the future is bright. Course correction needs to take place, and all of us, like some of the other panelists have said, the answers are within this group. So let's work together towards achieving this.
Thank you, Sahira, for sharing some wonderful thoughts on a bright future, and especially picking up and linking it to your previous point, which was the level playing field and also the lack of the defragmentation. So, and how do we link this up in terms of a more inclusive workforce with better women participation? Thank you. Yes, Kabir.
So thank you, Asid. So I would like to pick up from where Naz left it regarding to the linkage between the macro and the micro, right? So yes, we are under, you mentioned the World Bank program, the government policy, the finance minister spoke about it in the morning also. The thing that I want to point out here is that we need to ask ourselves, do we have sustainable institutions strong enough to deliver what we want to deliver, right? So as I mentioned, in the microfinance space, for instance, we are nowhere compared to Bangladesh or India. Why? Because there is no funding. So, and I'll talk very openly about it. In India, commercial banks have been mandated by the central bank regulation to put X%, of their deposits and towards microfinance institutions or institutions that are working towards the masses. Now, if you're an NBFC microfinance institution in Pakistan, they have stunted growth, if I may say. For 25, 30 years, the largest one is what? 25 billion rupees of credit, 30 billion rupees of credit in 30 years, with an average ticket size of what? 40,000 rupees. Compare your neighbors. What's happening here? Because there is no funding available. Now we've got 9 trillion rupees lying outside of the formal sector in people's gallas and takiyas. The client that we are serving is not directly affected by all these great ratios we talk about formally of inflation and all, because we work with them, we know how it works. Even when we say that things are not looking good in Pakistan, you stand on GT Road, you see trucks and trucks of merchandise. They're not there for hobby. So there is economic activity that's going on. You just need to go down there where the rubber meets the road and see what's actually happening. So when you talk about making policies for the excluded, for the unbanked, you have to talk about credit. And in terms of providing credit, when you look at the regulation, let me talk about the microfinance bank regulation. You've got a very onerous 15% capital adequacy ratio that you need to adhere to. The minimum capital requirement is, I think now has been increased to 2 billion, but has been a billion since the last 24 years. So you cannot, and mathematically, in a billion rupee of capital, you can build a book of 6.6 billion rupees unsecured without a call for growth capital. And capital is not readily available. So in terms of policy making, funds have to be given towards a sustainability agenda. When you talk about, it's close to my heart, the stunted growth of our children. 27 million children out of school, all that. But until credit is available and at a good price to the masses, I don't think we can bring about change. So my submission would be, while the regulation is increasing, the last point from my side, we've got the sustainability program like Benazir Income Support Fund program, the graduation, hand-holding by institutions, and then graduations from micro to micro enterprise to small, and divorcing small from medium. I think that is very, very important in terms of regulation. So in the interest of time, I'll stop here, but all of us need to focus on the how part and link the macro with the micro.
Thank you, Kabir. So just in the interest of time as well, so just Aisha yourself and Naz. So it'll be great if you could sum up your top 3 recommendations in terms of what would set this course reset for us to move beyond stability.
Thanks so much. And obviously, it'll be no surprise that all of us here on this panel will largely agree with each other on what the core recommendations are, and they should not be surprising to anyone in this room either. I think the context as we've described it is, unfortunately, we often find ourselves now in a bit of a vicious cycle where you have a set of policies and incentives that are leading to subscale corporate ventures that are not investing in talent, and that talent is not allowing these ventures to scale up, and the ventures then in turn can't lobby for better policy. And you keep spinning in that space. What we need is a combination of so many of the interventions we talked about so that we can shift to a space where you have stronger companies investing in talent, becoming bigger, being able to lobby again for better policies. So, and that cycle keeps moving, because at the end of the day, where we want Pakistan to be is not a space where I have to speak to my investment committee and say, please put an allocation for Pakistan, but it should be a standard, exciting space to actually put capital and resources in from within Pakistan and outside Pakistan. And it all centers on, as I said previously, a long-term view and really being focused on what are the incentives we're creating. The shift can happen at every level. I don't think it's just on the public sector to create the right rules of the game. The responsibility is on the companies as well to invest in talent, on us as well to have a longer-term view, and hopefully then start kicking off this virtuous cycle. Because as we're all saying, we're here because we recognize that we have everything. And so it's how do we kickstart it? The solution is with all of us.
So thank you, Aisha, recognizing that we're here because we have everything, but what it is required to scale up. Naz, your final comments before we are forced off the stage.
I know. So time's up. So I'll just add to Samad's points when he had 3 points under get out of the way, right? So under the get out of the way, I'll just add digitization of government because that actually starts cleaning up areas and you start getting efficiency, you start having fewer desks to stop at, etc. So digitization of government. And the other is, so the second point is PPPs. So privatizations, public-private partnerships. So basically getting government to move out of spaces that they should not be in. So these 2 points under that. And the third I would just say is institutions need to know their role, right? And what they're supposed to be doing. What is a regulator supposed to do? It's not just to look after the consumers, but it is also to look after the regulatees, because what you want at the end of the day is a sector that thrives, right? You know, so different institutions and what their role is, so that they perform that. Because if they do their role correctly, people don't need to go beyond those institutions to ministries, etc. I'll stop here.
So thank you much to all panelists, and thank you, Naz, for closing that. So for me, the best takeaway. So we'll get to that, but just in terms of closing the conversation, I think it's a journey in terms of choosing not to grow, not to scale. From choosing to being an export-led, productive organization, and also knowing our role, that what we need to do as institutions or businesses, rather than relying on the public sector or the regulatory framework. Thank you. A couple of questions?
I guess in the interest of time, we can take one question. Can we please have a mic here? Sir, the mic is here.
Okay. My name is Salman Javed. I'll just pose a question anyone can take. That what do they think that how much emphasis we should place while sitting under this roof and discussing course of correction towards the lack of human resource development, which is very important. Dr. Maria Lodi in 2 articles in Dawn has said that we stand 124th in UN human resource development.
Sure, sir. That's a good question.
So what do any one of you would like to say how much important it is? Isn't it the basic thing we need at the moment? Senator Saab touched upon it slightly in his very illuminating discourse, but that is, and you also said about it, but very passing reference.
Naz, if you could please.
Yeah, I'm happy to go on that. So it's absolutely critical, and that's why I mentioned the sort of country partnership framework that we have also with the governments. The first 2 pillars of that actually relate to human capital development, because like we say, you know, when the economy is in a crisis, economic crisis hits all the newspaper headlines. But this human capital is a silent crisis because it never makes it to the headlines. And it is really, really important that we focus on this, because कल को अगर आप economy ठीक भी कर देंगे ना, अगर यही आपकी labor force होगी जो कि आएगी, तो फिर जो आप productivity की minister साहब भी बात कर रहे थे वो, you're not going to get that. So extremely important.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. If I could call this entire conversation a very effective toolkit, I will not be wrong about redefining direction. We spoke about the phygital world. We spoke about environmental policy changes that we need. We spoke about unequitable landscape and how to address that. We spoke about inclusivity, and we spoke about people development. We also spoke about the keyword of long term, whether it's policy landscape or vision, health issues, export-led economy, and inflation and how it is damaging the interest of businesses. An excellent, effective set of actionable plans that, if put into motion, help redefining the course as we are talking about it today. We have to thank Asad for excellent moderation today. And with that, I would like to request Asfar to please come join us on stage. And we are blessed to have Khalid Awan Sahab, Chairman TCS, and someone with whom we have actually learned to appreciate the historical evolution of logistical landscape in Pakistan. His stories are fascinating, and his approach towards Pakistan is something that stands on a very patriotic pillars. With that, I would also request Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik to please come join us on stage for the memento ceremony. Can I please hear some claps in the hall? We've got some great people up on stage here and an excellent conversation. The mementos, please. For Samad Daud Saab, if I could request you to please step forward. Sir Musaddiq will be given. Samad Daud, CEO, Engro Holdings. Can I please continually hear claps? Saira Awan Malik, President, TCS. Yes, please, keep the claps going. Naz Khan, Principal Country Officer, International Finance Corporation, Pakistan. Mohammad Humayun Sajjad, Chief Executive Officer, Mashriq, Pakistan. Dr. Aisha K. Khan, Regional Managing Director, Acumen. Dr. Aisha K. Khan, Regional Managing Director, Acumen. Kabir Naqvi, FCCA, Entrepreneur in Residence, Abhi FinTech, UAE. And lastly, but not in the least, Asad Hamid, FCCA, for some excellent moderation and giving us these gems as takeaways today. If I could request everyone to please pose for the group photo. Sir, please, for the group photo. Thank you, everyone. We have an excellent conversation coming up. So we have an excellent conversation coming up on global economy and trade, and we are going to be talking about navigating disruption. Disruption is something that is becoming a constant. We have Jonathan Ashworth joining us. Jonathan joined ACCA following with roles such as China economist at Fathom Consulting and global and UK economist at Morgan Stanley. He has also worked as an economist in the productivity and structural reform team. If I could request everyone to settle down, we have a very critical, very strategic conversation with Jonathan Ashworth and Sajid taking the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. Hello, Jonathan. Jonathan has been cited in the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, and the Economist magazine. He has appeared on the BBC, Sky News, and CNBC. He's authored a book, Quantitative Easing, The Great Central Bank Experiment, and his academic work has been cited by major global institutions. Honored to have you here, Jonathan. Sajid is kind of part of Nutshell now, always present at our events. So he's going to be moderating this conversation with his ESG and sustainability expertise.
आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज सर अपनी सीटों पे प्लीज तशरीफ रखें.
We are starting this.
All of you are requested to please be seated.
Yeah, please. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon.
Thank you, Sajid. Over to you from here. If I could please request everyone to settle down. Let's not disrupt the conversation on disruption. Settle down, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are all here. Sajid, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think from a previous session, if we pick up, there are a couple of key messages, and one of a message was very clear, is get out of the way. So for the public sector, that's a one message, how they can play their role by not getting involved in the area where the private sector is supposed to and can lead. So let go is one of a key challenge. There was another interesting conversation picked up, is the institutions and the strengths of the institution. And I think it's not only the debate in Pakistan, right now it's a global debate, whether we talk about US, we talk about Europe, whether the institutions have the strength and the people have got that trust there, which Samad raised very well, that the overall trust is the one which drives the society, economies, and the businesses. And if the people do not have that kind of trust, so that's mean the economic results which we are going to talk at, either at a company level, at a national level, or at a global level, that would suffer as well. So, Jonathan, setting the scene there, the biggest conversation right now, and we look at the risk at a global side, as an economist, how you see the different drivers playing around and shaping the global economics and the trade cycle in the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, I think it's evidently clear to everybody that we're seeing major changes in the trade policy of the world's largest economy, the United States, and a country that's been a key driver of the opening up of the global trading system since the end of World War II. Average tariff rates in the United States are at around 18% at the present time, which is the highest rate since the 1930s. So these changes in the trade policy in the United States is likely to have big consequences for the global economy over coming years. And I think it's clear to see that economies like the United States and China will want to continue to reduce their dependencies on each other over coming years. And we may also see that with other large economies seeking to reduce their dependencies as well, such as the European Union. But looking beyond this, I think for most countries in the world, there's no other opportunity but to embrace global trade.
because domestic demand's not big enough in most economies in the world. So I think we'll continue to see most other countries continuing to look outwards and continuing to embrace global trade. So the nature of global trade will change, but I don't think the global trading system is going to close itself off over coming years. And we're already seeing countries seek new trade partners at the present time. We're seeing that with the European Union.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I think there's one question keep coming back, and I think Humayun picked up as well in terms of how we are measuring the progress, how we really take it forward. So there's a very common question. When we look at the global economy and we look at the GDP as one of a key measure of progress and prosperity, it might be relevant in the past. Is it relevant today, and is it going to be relevant in the future, particularly the way it's being calculated today to reflect the country progress?
Well, I think GDP growth is a good indicator of increasing prosperity in a country, but I think we need to look beyond purely headline GDP growth. I think we need to look at GDP per capita. That's showing how well each individual is doing in a country as a whole. And obviously beneath that as well, we need to look at the distribution of income. You look in a number of countries over recent decades, not least the United States and the United Kingdom. In the United States, you've had pretty fast GDP growth over the last 30, 40 years, but you've had big increases in inequality. So, no, yes, GDP is helpful, but we need to certainly look beneath that as well.
I think that brings me to the other side, and let's focus on the economy, and we will come to the trade disruptors later as well. So if we look at the economic shifts which we have seen in the recent, let's say in the last decade, and what we are expecting in the next 5-10 years, it's a concentration of wealth, and you also alluded towards that inequalities of the income and the response and the behavior which we are seeing among the society. And we have to be mindful that there's a 5.5 billion people who are millennial, Gen Z and Alpha going forward, and they are the key workforce. And their behaviors are very, very different. And the way wealth concentration happening right now among a very few, which is driving the national output as well. So how you see that inequality, the concentration of the wealth and GDP, which is even when we calculate the per capita, 5 companies who are generating the maximum output and export, when divided by the total population, that does not reflect the right realities underlying. And that economic model which we are seeing here, how we can, number one, leverage it, and how we can avoid the pitfall of that the society and the overall as a nation, we should not get carried away with the wealth accumulation in the hands of few and creating inequality of the income.
Yeah, I think just to touch on a few points, yes, some economies have grown quickly, but wealth inequality has increased quite significantly. But the quality of the growth in some of those economies has deteriorated because ultimately higher wealth individuals don't have the same propensity to consume as lower income individuals. So increasing the distribution of income and reducing inequality is often good for the long-term economic growth prospects of different countries. And I think you alluded to the concentration of some large companies, and you may have been referring to, say, the United States, where you've got the large technology companies very much driving stock market gains this year. And I think obviously artificial intelligence is the key trend over coming years, what we need to watch. Productivity growth has been very weak in a number of economies around the world over recent decades. This is at a time of aging populations in countries as well, and high government debt levels. So AI is a potential get-out-of-free jail card for governments, which could potentially lift economic performance. But government policy is going to be really important in this. I think historically, many changes in technology have often only benefited a minority of the population, whereas some changes in technology have benefited the majority. So I think it's going to be really important in the future that policymakers make the changes so that advances with AI benefit the majority of the population going forward. And important within that regard is making sure that countries invest in the infrastructure to benefit from digital advances in AI, and ensuring that the workforce has got the appropriate skills as well. And in that world, AI can be a complement to workers, boosting their productivity and their wealth, rather than just being a substitute for workers. Within that world, you get a big increase in inequality.
I think let's pick up on the trust side, which was discussed earlier as well. Where we are today, and you have run recently the economic survey as well, economic condition survey, so you have got a feedback from the individuals as well, and you can really see how it's happening across the globe. Do you think people have got a confidence right now the way we are going is the right direction? What is the level of confidence? What are their recommendations? What are their fears? What is the insight from that particular report on which ACC and IMA has recently conducted on the economic conditions survey?
Yeah, that's a great question. And just to provide a bit of context, ACCA and our partner IMA have been publishing a quarterly survey of accountants and finance professionals since around 2011, where we asked them about their confidence at the present time, what's happening at their firms in terms of new orders, capex, employment and costs, just to gauge what may be happening in the economy. Our latest survey continues to suggest that accountants globally are quite cautious at the present time. Confidence is at quite a low level globally by historical standards. And the global new orders index is actually at its lowest in the post-pandemic period. So overall, our survey is indicative of some moderation in global growth over coming quarters. But I think importantly, it's certainly not suggesting that there's going to be a material slowdown in global growth, just providing a little bit of confidence that the global economy should still remain reasonably resilient.
Thank you, Jonathan. And when we talk about resilience, when we say things are bad, in Pakistan we see that opportunity, it can only be improved. There is no other way. It's going to go up if we have gone so down. So I think that's a wonderful opportunity where every small contribution from our side, whether it's a policy, output, technology, that will help to go up. So that's a wonderful key area which we look at. I'll bring a very controversial issue right now when we are talking about the new economic models which are evolving. We have seen the concentration of the certain currencies as a reserve currency and the payment system which were running that one. And then we have seen how that was used or misused or abused in a different situation to again, like for the protectionism or to implement something which may be viewed equally or fair with every nation when we talk about specifically the sanctions and everything. Now we are seeing another trend where the quantum computing, AI, data center, and we are seeing a fight to concentrate that processing power at one place, which apparently seems that's another kind of control. Few nations who can actually invest in such an infrastructure will be holding it back, and if the entire new economy is digital and or dependent on that infrastructure, that economy will be highly vulnerable to the very few. And we have seen that kind of mindset in US, Europe, and other part of the world, where one person, not the institution, but one person can make a policy and that can make the entire global economy shattered, literally, right? So how you see that digital economy as an opportunity, as a risk, where you place the different countries like Pakistan in it, what are the risk and opportunity for us, and how you see that control coming up or a concentration of that capacities and capability to the fewer countries?
Yeah, I think clearly you've got countries like the United States and China which are way out ahead in terms of the AI race, and the US technology companies are very, very dominant. You know, and that's even a big concern for a large economy like the European Union. You know, they're very much reliant on US technology companies for much of their technology infrastructure, and there's also a risk that they could become reliant on them for the payment system. So that power risk is certainly there. But I think going forward, for most countries around the world, they may not be leading the AI race, but they've still got great opportunities as adopters of the technology, to improve the productivity of their firms and businesses as a whole. But there's also a risk there as well, because if your adoption is much slower than many other countries, your companies could increasingly get left behind. So big opportunities, but big risks.
So I think that's where we are seeing a certain recognition of regulations and the policy, specifically from a payment side, where the central bankers keep coming back and trying to make sure the financial transactions should not be highly dependent on the third party or outside or infrastructure or abroad. I'll just pick up another thing, and then we will open it up for questions and from the audience. So if we categorize the overall economic structure, and if we look at the last 500,000 years, so we have seen a certain cycle of the economy and the global side of it. And if I generalize it, so it starts with the education, where the people really get to know about what's happening. There's a competitiveness. That knowledge is used to create the products which are competitive. Then it leads to the second level for innovation and technology to get into the volume. Then it comes to the economic output, like you mentioned, and then that economic output and the quality and quantity of the output reflect that GDP. Then we move towards the share of global trade, which is, we are talking about the supply chain. And interestingly, military strength is a component there to protect these assets which are being shared and to protect that country. And then the financial centered strength, like the capital market to raise money, like we have seen in the past. And the last stage is the reserve currency. So if we put it all these 8 different elements together, so that's reflect that at what stage we are in. And at the same time, to really see where we are in terms of Pakistan, and I'll bring that question back to the audience as well. So when we are talking about the combination of all these key variables as a key component or proponent for economic prosperity, what area you feel can disrupt the most? It's the education, or it's the technology and innovation in that?
I'd say both. I think technology adoption is going to be really important, so you don't get left behind as a country. But I think one of your previous speakers mentioned it quite rightly, that the skills or education is often a slow-burning crisis. And that's not just in Pakistan, that's in many countries around the world, even in advanced economies. So I think ensuring the workforce and the youth of today have appropriate skills in the future is absolutely critical, so they can use these technologies and beyond technology, so they also have very strong critical thinking and things like that, so they can really thrive in a modern economy. So I think both technology and skills are equally important in the future.
Okay, thank you. So if we can have 1 or 2 questions, we have got 4 minutes, so we can take 2 questions from there. Yeah, please, if you can bring mic here. Meanwhile, anyone else, if you can raise hands so we can make sure you get the mic.
I have a small question regarding, by 2030, 70% of the CPAs and CFAs in USA alone would be retiring. So there's going to be a huge gap of accounting professionals around the world. So you as an ACCA guy, how are you actually trying to address it? Because this is going to be a problem. You all know that. AI, yeah, I mean, I have a startup of AI, and I know we are working on the same kind of problem. But again, there is a lot of issues that's going to be there, because it's going to be a shortage of human resource, qualified human resource for accounting professionals. So how are you seeing it with respect to your job at ACCA?
Assuming, just checking I understand the question, you're saying there's going to be a shortage of supply of work? Well, I think obviously, the accountancy industry needs to ensure we're bringing through new talent in the future to try and offset any shortages in the future, increasing the recruitment pools from different parts of the world. And obviously, importantly also, embracing technology and AI to complement the work of accountants and increase their efficiency so they can raise their outputs as well. And it can, you know, in certain areas make them much more efficient at producing various outputs. And so I think that's going to be the way forward in the future.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Okay, meanwhile, Jonathan, while we are looking at the question, if anybody raise hand, please give them the mic. So one question coming back to I think that's a very interesting area, which we are talking about, the human versus technology and how it's going to shape global economy, and specifically the trade side, if we look at. So the trade itself, based on a recent geopolitical incidents which we have seen, and we have seen the EU and Brexit there, and then the skill which is no more available to UK for that matter, and similarly with the immigration policy where the access to talent and skill is going to be an issue, and at the same time the geopolitical issues are creating a challenge in terms of the trade route, that how the products will be moving from one part to other. So how you see the overall supply chain and the trade routes shaping up in the future with all that restrictions and the protectionism, at the same time they need access at a best price for those products from the other countries?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. You know, we've got this increased geo-fragmentation, and in certain areas it's going to increase in the future. But I think obviously from a business perspective, absolutely crucial to ensure you've got diversification of your supply chains. That's going to be absolutely crucial in the future, so you're not impacted in a massive way if there's global trade disruptions. So I think that's absolutely key. And also in terms of your end markets, ensuring you've got appropriate diversification in those as well. So if one of your partners was to embrace protectionism, all your eggs are not in one basket. You don't want to be in a situation like a country like Canada, you know, when 3/4 of your exports go to one country. Right. So I think the real watchword on global trade in the future is diversification.
Now, thank you, Jonathan, and thank you for your time and being here. So we really appreciate your presence. So just on the closing side, I think what we have learned, and throughout the day or so far what we were discussing, is what's happening and how we can really predict. And again, I go back to the very fundamental and the basic thing. We are not in a situation to predict, but we are in a situation to create. So if we really want to make sure that how the future look like, we should take the charge and start creating it. And while we are creating it, one thing which we have learned over the period, the risk management in the economy right now is very important, that how we do that. We have seen those geopolitical scenarios, and a one-person policy can really disrupt the entire nation in terms of the economic development. Supply chain routes, we have seen the disruptions, and the supply chain is not only the movement of the product, but also the sharing of that talent which exists at a different part of the world. Luckily, technology can help a lot, but definitely cultural integration still require people to work together at one place, and the productivity comes in a very, very different way. And Jonathan, I think rightly picked up the pillars which are going to drive and disrupt is education and the technology and innovation put together. Having a skill to use the technology and using a technology to develop the skill. I think that's the cycle which we should start looking at. And anything which we are predicting right now, unless until we are making an effort to create that kind of future, believe me, next year the predictions will be very, very different. So it's all about agreeing and executing small things which can be aggregated as a big impact going forward. So guys, thank you very much for such a wonderful audience, and we will be around at a networking session so we can have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Interesting.
Yeah, thanks. An extremely interesting conversation, and here's my question to both of you. Aren't we kind of within a conflict now, because we are talking about disruption, yet the need for a long-term vision simultaneously?
I think the vision is still something which brings the hope and sense of direction. And to get there, there is not one way. So we can have a very, very disruptive route, interesting, adventurous one, and we can have a very, very stable route as well. So we have to make those choices, and both are the right choices. Where we are as Pakistan, we can't go slow and the very stable route. We have to figure out what are the 2-3 key disruptions which can bring us closer to that vision or put us on the path. So yeah, there is a conflict, but that's the beauty of life. We have to navigate that contradictions and the conflict, and that's where the disruption and innovation comes into play.
So we are on our feet, huh? And we have to stay that way.
We are in a very, very good shape.
And realigning the course.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
And execution. It's all about not talking but getting to the execution. Whatever the small role one can do, we have to take that step and do that role.
Thank you so much.
We have an obligation to do so as well.
This was brilliant. Thank you so much. If I may request our very honorable SE team to please come and join us on stage. And Sir Sohail, I will make a special request to you to give away the mementos to our very esteemed panelists. Claps, my ladies and gentlemen. We have lunch on the other end now. If the books can be brought on stage, yes, please. So our traditional memento of these Pakistan books are going out. First to Jonathan Ashworth, Global Chief Economist, ACCA. And then to our very own Sajid Aslam. Thank you, Sajid. Please stay for a group photo with me also, and if I could request Rabia to please come join us on stage for the group photo. Thank you very much. Lunch has been served, and we have excellent and exciting panels on the other end of lunch. So please be mindful of time, and we hope to see you back at 2 p.m. sharp to take up our next panel with Farooq Hassan leading the moderation for the summit. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.